Yo, 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 everybody. Hi. Hi. How we doing? Who else is feeling sad today? Especially if you are a millennial. I feel like I feel like millennials in particular are were hit hard today by the news of Michelle Trachtenberg. I know. It's one of those things where it's not like I think a lot of people are, before the news of Michelle Trachtenberg were like necessarily keeping up with Michelle Trachtenberg, which I didn't know. We'll talk about like what had been going on with her, but or really we'll talk about how a lot of people presumed things about her. But then when someone dies who was a big part of your adolescence, your childhood, your teenage years, it's like it hits you. It really hits you, and I don't know. You kind of it's very nostalgic, and you look back on all of their work, and how it was such a formative part of your early pop culture consumption. With Michelle, we have everything from Harriet the Spy, Nickelodeon, Truth or Scare. Who remembers that? Truth or Scare. Obviously, Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I'm a huge Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan. I've talked about it before. Dawn Summers is who Michelle played on Buffy, and then she was the always fabulous cunty Georgina. Eurotrip, Ice Princess. My God, Ice Princess. I mean, who didn't love Ice Princess? 17 again. I mean, she had a massive filmography, and I think a lot of people probably had seen at least something that Michelle was in when they were growing up. She really owned the 2000s. Yeah, I mean, she was a generational talent who, had a huge impact on 2000s pop culture. She was the most iconic character in Gossip Girl. I agree. Yeah. Anyway, so we're gonna be talking about Michelle Trachtenberg, and yeah. And when I saw the news, I turned to Will. I was like, Michelle Trachtenberg died. And he goes, wait, who? And I was like, you know who she is! And I started naming things off, and I was like, just look her up. And he looked her up, and he was like, oh no. This happens all the time because Will does not know names of actresses specifically. So I'll mention someone like, who? I'm like, you know who that is. Yes. And I'm always like, you will recognize their face. Just Google it. You can tell Jesus that the bitch is back. Ah, what an iconic line. So good. So good. Failed debutante, thank you for the 21 months, was supposed to be in a movie where Michelle and I were two of the leads when we were teens before it got put into turnaround. So sad. R.I.P. Oh my God, were you a kid actor? Failed debutante. Now the name makes makes more sense. RJ, thank you for the 17 months. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 will happen one of these days. I was and still am. Still a child actor? Forever a child actor. Anon, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh. Did we discuss this? Yes, I did. I covered that yesterday. Also, Anonymous and I have been working on the YouTube VOD channel, so just stay tuned, everybody. Stay tuned. But yes, the VOD from yesterday should be posted. Anomalous Daniel, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. My gosh. Some early stream juice as I'm in my feels about Michelle Trachtenberg and my adolescence. Thank you so much. This song is from Cruel Intentions. Yes, it is. Not a movie that Michelle was in, but a movie that Sarah Michelle Gellar, who I also love and adore, and I don't want to, I don't think she's posted anything yet on Michelle. She's posted in the past. I think they remained friends from being on Buffy together, but I haven't seen her post yet, but I know I'll be devastated. I'm like, I can't read it. Mohawk 666, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Craig at 420, thank you for the 19 months. Can you ask Hassan to unban me for 100 subs? If you gift me 100 subs, I will ask him. He banned you for nothing? Yeah. If you gift me 100 subs, then I will shoot him a text. Don't worry, we'll get you back. I found out about Michelle's passing when my dad texted me about her today. He knows how much Buffy always meant to me. Yeah, where are my Buffy fans at? Oh. Just play 7777. Thank you for that. You are dead ass. All right, I'll send a text. I mean, he doesn't respond to me anyway, even if I were like, help, Will's been kidnapped. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. You know what? I'm a woman of my word. I am a woman of my word. So I am sending him a text. That's what I said I would do. I said 100 gifted subs, and I will send him a text message. How many sevens in your name? 7777. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, okay. I'm just letting you know there's probably a 0% chance that he gives one flying fuck about this. But I'm a woman of my word. You know what? I should do that for unban requests. I should. I'm like, hey, you want to be unbanned? Or even just for other streamers, because people will come in here sometimes and be like, I got banned in Will's chat. Will you talk to him? I'm going to make this a business. I'm going to turn this into a business. I'm be like, you know what? I'll put it a word. I got a line to Will Neff. You got banned in Will Neff's chat? What are you willing to pay? What are you willing to pay to get back at Hogan? Thank you for the gifted to our top gifter. Just plays 7777. Anyway, who yes, the chatter who mentioned Buffy. Can I just, everyone who's a Buffy fan, please speak up. Please. We're all in pain. If you are a Buffy the Vampire Slayer fan, make yourself known. And you know what I have to say? Okay. So when I was younger and I first watched Buffy, yeah, I couldn't stand Dawn. All right. But then when I rewatched Buffy when I was older, I had so much more empathy for Dawn. Like I looked back on it and I was like, man, I really hated this character. And now as I've gotten older, and that happens a lot with shows and films, right? Just something that you see when you're younger and you don't really have emotional maturity, and you're just like, oh, I hate this person. And then you get older, you're like, wow, actually they were a very tragic character and they deserved more empathy. And it's sad because so many people hated Dawn. So sorry if you're not a Buffy watcher. Michelle Trachtenberg played Dawn Summers, who was Buffy's little sister on the show. So she's introduced in season 5 of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And what Joss Whedon, who we hate Joss Whedon, but we love Buffy the Vampire Slayer still. What Joss did creatively was very confusing until you understood like what was going on. And if you ever want to watch Buffy, I don't want to like spoil anything, even though it's an old show, but essentially the character of Dawn is introduced in the beginning of season 5 after 5 seasons of thinking that Buffy Summers is an only child. And then suddenly she has a sister, and everyone in the show, all the characters in the show are acting like Dawn has always been there. And so the viewers are like, what is happening? And it's not until 4 episodes in that it's revealed that like the mystery that only the viewers are, questioning. We're like, what the hell is happening? Why is everybody acting like Dawn has always been here? And then it's revealed, and it's a big part of the season. But anyway, the thing with Dawn Summers is that she was initially written to be younger than what she ended up being. So she's 14 years old in the show, which is how old Michelle Trachtenberg was when she was cast. But because she was written to be younger, it also frustrated viewers because Michelle/Dawn is a 14-year-old acting like a 9-year-old. And so a lot of people just absolutely loathed the character. And I do think the writing on Dawn got better. And then also once the reveal happened of like why Dawn is suddenly here and everyone is acting like they've always known that Buffy had this little sister. Once that happens, it makes more sense. But Michelle talked about the fact that it was hard because so many fans of Buffy despised her character so much. And as we know, what happens in TV when fans of a show hate a character, they will make it known and they will like harass the actor who played that character. And so it sucks that like for Michelle, she for years and years people would always just be like, yeah, I fucking hated Dawn. And in a way, like, I hate you. My parents named me after Connor from that show. I've still never seen it. Oh, you gotta watch it. Did you also watch Charmed? Yeah, I did. Dawn was not a good character in the beginning, like really wasn't. She was basically the center of the entire season. It made me feel like the ending that we got to that season was coming. Yeah, like I said, the writing on Dawn definitely improved, and I don't totally fault fans, myself included, for like not liking that character, but I think there are also things about the character that people were unnecessarily that people were like really cruel about, not understanding that she was a tragic character. Like, she was a teenage girl who had a lot of trauma, and the way that she manifested that trauma was devastating. It was really sad. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting deep into Buffy stuff, but it's because it's one of my favorite shows, and I've just been thinking about the show and watching clips today because of the news of Michelle. BR, thank you for the 29 months. I fear I've never watched Buffy, but I was always a Dawn defender. I'm obsessed with that. You're like, never seen the show, but I did defend Dawn. The actors for Anakin, Child and Adult, and Jar Jar also had the unfortunate experience of people not liking the characters, so they took it out on the actors. Yeah, that happens a lot. It's weird because the best villains often... Well, Dawn isn't even a villain. It's complicated without going into like the entirety of Buffy, but Dawn was not a villain. Frick Dawn. Michelle T is great though. Yeah, I have Blake Lively's post, which we can take a look at. That was me with Breaking Bad. I rooted for Walter White, and then I watched it again. I hated Walter and rooted so hard for Skylar. Yeah, I mean, talk about a character that I will also admit I hated Skylar, because Breaking Bad is like Walter White's show. And as the protagonist, you're already primed to like be on his side. And because the character's so well written and performed, that what happened was Skylar White became the villain of the show, and Vince Gilligan and what's Skylar White? Why am I blanking on her name? Anna Gunn. Both Vince Gilligan and Anna Gunn have talked at length about how shocking it was and continues to be that there are so many fans of Breaking Bad who think that Skylar is really the villain and not Walt, which is crazy, because when you look at Walt's resume, like when you look at the things that Walt did, he did a lot of really bad things. Like really bad things. And I think Breaking Bad is a show that you know, I think you should watch it multiple times. Like, you should watch it again if you watched it the first time and found yourself deciding that Skylar was the villain. I thought she acted reasonably to having a husband who's a meth cooker / supplier. Yeah. Yes. It's crazy. It's insane, but there are still tons of Breaking Bad fans who loathe Skylar White. Who are like, she cheated on him. I'm like, do we need to talk about what Walt did? Pink in the Nights, thank you for the tier 1. Anyway, so I'm happy to see that a lot of us are in solidarity for our mourning over Michelle Trachtenberg, because I know a lot of people in here are of the millennial and older Gen Z age group, where I think Michelle was somebody that you grew up with. I mean, she started acting when she was 3 years old. Like, she grew up. Michelle is somebody who literally grew up on our screens. She started acting at age 3, and she was only 39 when she died. Like, it's wild, because now that I'm in my 30s, I hear that number and I'm like, that is so That is so tragically young. 39 years old. It's like Gilmore Girls. Initially, I loved Rory and Lorelai, but as I rewatch, I've found them to be really spoiled and loved Emily more. Oh, I always loved Emily Gilmore. I only watched that show because my freshman year roommate was obsessed. So she always had that show on. I always fucked with Emily Gilmore. After 9 months, I got enough hours and subs to monetize a fan channel. Hope you're still okay with that. Of course. Woohoo. Let's see. Caroline Kwan Daily. Let's go. Subscribe. Caroline Kwan's unofficial fan channel. Come to chat about film, politics, and pop culture. I hope you make $1 million. I hope you make more money than I make on my YouTube, which is really nothing. Yeah, just let me remind everybody that if you want to make anything associated with my content, please do. Please do. Link her Twitch. Oh yeah, if you could link the Twitch on that would be my Twitch channel on that would be helpful. Thank you. I made a form for Oscar predictions that you. Yeah, so what I'm thinking, Ari, the Oscars is Saturday, which is the day before the Oscars. I want to do our community picks and predicts. So I think last year we just did predictions. But I think it'd be fun if you guys also do your picks for the Oscars. I was dying laughing. I was doing a rare watching of Twitch earlier, and I saw that Brooke AB was doing her Oscar picks, but then she said Oscar picks from somebody who hasn't watched any of these movies. I was like, how do you do that? Do you just base it off whatever title sounds fun, or like if it's just vibes? Like 50 people have already responded. I am behind. I'm always behind on the times. You guys are always ahead of me. Lilith, thank you for the 23 months. Okay, so Saturday we'll do that. And then Sunday is the Oscars. And I'll probably end up doing what we've done the last 2 years, which is we will host it in the Discord. So we'll have it up in the Discord, and then I will be reacting to it. And then Monday I have podcasts, but I will definitely be trying to stream after that so I can do follow-up Oscars with actually watching clips and stuff. So that's the rough plan for the weekend. Axel, thank you for the Prime. Are we awkwardly going to see the kitchen again? No, because we did our goodbye to the kitchen, so we're not going back in the kitchen. Even though I will still be here. And like, who knows if we actually end up moving next week. I'm going to host an Oscars countdown movie night the days leading up to the Oscars. You got any must-see classics that I can show people? Like Best Pictures? Here, why don't we do this? Best Picture winners. Even though I can probably just name them myself. It's a special skill. But let me find our list here so I can. Best Picture winners. A complete list of every Best Picture winner ever. Okay, so here's what I would say. Let's see. I'll start at the top here. Well, obviously, you only have a couple days to do this. But but if I'm going through the best picture winner list, Everything Ever All at Once, Nomadland. You know what? I'm a defender of Nomadland, okay? All right. I loved Nomadland. And sometimes sometimes what happens is a film with like a film that people love and that is great, then in the ensuing years, suddenly people would be like, fuck that movie. But I don't really know why. Like, I think it's just to be like, nah, fuck it. Parasite, obviously. Parasite is, I think, my favorite. Although I loved Everything Ever All at Once, but Parasite, especially looking at like the 2000s, with the exception of Chicago, was such the antithesis of how the Oscars Best Picture winners had kind of become baity, a little formulaic in like what films win Best Picture. I also am surprised about how divisive people are. Shape of Water, I love it. Nandre. You know what? I'll let you have Shape. You can have Shape of Water, okay? You can have it. Okay, Parasite. Nandre would tell you Shape of Water. And then I would say Moonlight. I also like Spotlight. I think it's one of the better journalism type films. I really loved 12 Years a Slave. I thought that movie was fantastic. I thought everybody across the board was great in 12 Years a Slave. I have never watched it again. I watched 12 Years a Slave one time in the theaters, but I don't think that this is sometimes, years after a film wins Best Picture, we look back and we're like, oh, Jesus. Yikes. But I thought the cast was fantastic, and I thought it was a great film. I'm not watching any more slavery movies. That's fair. Okay. And then what else am I going to pull from here? No Country for Old Men. I haven't watched The Departed in a long time. I feel like I need to rewatch this film. Because I know I liked it, but I think I need to revisit it. And I think it is crazy that Mark Wahlberg was the only person nominated from this film. Like, I do know that that's crazy. 2006's Crash. You cannot have an Oscars lead up without Crash. The Departed is good still, but I like Internal Affairs more. What about Crash? Come on. And then, I fucking love Lord of the Rings. I've watched that trilogy more than any other trilogy ever. Chicago, one of my favorites of all time. I think this is just an incredible film, and it's one of my favorite Best Picture winners ever. Then I would go. Yeah, okay. Well, you only have a couple days. There's some of the picks I would go with. If I'm looking at the 90s, I have to say, even though there was a lot of bullshit around Harvey Weinstein bullying the Academy into picking Shakespeare in Love for a lot of the a lot of the awards it was nominated for. I love this movie. Okay, I do. I don't think it should have won Best Picture, and I don't think Gwyneth should have won Best Actress. Do you know who she beat? I didn't even realize this until the other day, but um, Gwyneth beat Fernanda Montenegro, who is Fernanda Torres's mother and was the first Brazilian actress nominated for this category, and her daughter is the second. And she lost to Gwyneth Paltrow. You know, the 90s had some real bangers. Silence of the Lambs was this made history in a rare film of its genre, winning winning multiple major awards, including Best Picture. English Patient. I love English Patient, okay? All right. Well, then some of these are not that great. Braveheart is... Wait, what's Non's take on Braveheart? Because you know Will fucking loves this movie. If I could take a messy diarrhea on Braveheart, I would shart all over it and not wipe. Them's is fighting words. No, I could, if I had to ditch Braveheart as a Best Picture film, I wouldn't be so upset. It is like such a Will Neff film. Okay. Anyway. It's always funny to see like the themes of the Best Picture films in the decade of each decade. Like you look at the 80s and there's a lot of really like historical epic films set outside of the US, and then sprinkled in with some dramas, some character dramas. Yeah, a lot of really big films here though. And then the 70s, you've got war, violence. Like, I would just say violence. Violence is a theme of the 70s. Patton, The French Connection, Godfather 1 and 2, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Deer Hunter. French Connection has, like, one of the best car chase scenes of all time. I love Kramer vs. Kramer too. Yeah, marital violence, sport violence, mafia violence, war violence. The 70s was just violence. I want to give a special shout out to Amadeus from 1985 though. This movie rules. And then the 60s is all like musical theater. Look at how many musicals won Best Picture in the 60s. You have Oliver, The Sound of Music, My Fair Lady, West Side Story. Like, if you are a musical theater fan, the 60s is your decade. Tom Jones. Bring back musicals. Have you not seen Amelia Perez? these are where I kind of am missing gaps. Like I would say up until 1961, like so the 2020s all the way down to the 1960s, I've seen probably I've seen most of these Best Picture winners, and then I kind of fall off when we get to the 50s and the 40s and the 30s. I've seen, the classics like Gone with the Wind, You Can't Take It With You, It Happened One Night, Casablanca, Hamlet, On the Waterfront, Bridge on the River Kwai, Ben-Hur, but I'm still missing a good chunk of these. In like my own film education, I need to start diving back into like older films. Oh no, I did see An American Paris. I saw that in my freshman year film class. But let me see if I've seen every one of these. Okay, Everything Ever All at Once, Coda, Nomadland, Parasite, Green Book, The Shape of Water, Moonlight, Twilight, Birdman, 12 Years a Slave, Argo, The Artist, The King's Speech, Hurt Locker, Slumdog, No Country, Departed, Crash, $1 Million Baby, blah, blah, blah. Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, Chicago, Beautiful Mind, Gladiator. Have you seen the Ghanaian movie? I actually have seen that one. I think you brought it up before. I think you mentioned that to me before. Apartment Stands Rise Up. I mean, I fucking love Jack Lemmon. I talked about him when we did Some Like It Hot. We did that for film class. Little Brassy Atlas, thank you for the 26 months. You're getting stronger. Yeah, fool me once. Shame on you. Fool me twice, which sometimes happens. Shame on you still. Fool me the fifth time, doesn't happen. What did you think of Titanic? I mean, the first time I saw Titanic, it was on VHS, and it was 4 separate VHSs. Like, that's how I had to watch Titanic. I love Titanic. I am a Titanic fan. The steamy sex scene, I mean, I mean Kathy Bates in Titanic is so good. I think Titanic is one of the greatest. I do. The last VHS is just people dying. Yeah. Mhm. Um I think the only one here that I have not seen is I don't think I've ever seen Unforgiven. Clint Eastwood. Cuz I was never really into Clint Eastwood movies. So the reason that I've watched specifically a lot of the Best Picture winners is as I explained, when I was growing up, when I was little, we didn't have a TV, we didn't have video games and stuff like that. But when I was in junior high, my dad, I remember he brought home this massive TV, like huge thing. For the time, I think it was like the biggest TV ever. And then he started collecting DVDs. So every month he would bring home a selection of films, and bit by bit he built out this really massive DVD collection. And a lot of the films that he collected, brought home for us to watch, were all the Best Picture winners. So when I started my film watching journey, a lot of it was by myself, and I would just go through the DVDs that he had amassed, and I would pick things to watch. And so I have these memories of, for instance, Silence of the Lambs. I was terrified of the cover of the DVD. But I kept being drawn to it too, where I was like, "Oh my God, this looks so scary." I and yet I was like, I really want to see this. Like, I was drawn to it. And so finally I watched it. I think I was in 7th grade, and I watched it by myself, and I was awestruck, and I was terrified. But anyway, so there are certain films that I distinctly remember the covers of the DVDs, because I would choose to watch a film based on what it looked like. What did the picture look like? What was the description? Because I didn't know anything about them, and I didn't have anybody who was showing them to me. I thought you were old because of the videotape, but you were just poor. No, we weren't poor. I mean, we weren't rich, but we were middle class. It wasn't that. It was like I think my mom was kind of the main one who was against technology. Also, VHS was norm. I'm only 32, but having VHS tapes was like very normal. That's all we had. Yeah. Before DVDs really took over, a lot of people only watch. Like, did you ever go to Blockbuster? You never went to the video store and like rented some movies for the weekend? When is Papa Kwan going to start streaming? We need his dinner and a movie night. Oh my God. He would be fabulous. He would be so good. Please be kind and rewind. Exactly. Please be kind and rewind. Oh, you guys, since we have the Oscars coming up, today is the 7-year anniversary. Does anybody know what happened? Does anybody know what happened 7 years ago? Or is it 8 years ago? It's the anniversary. Okay. 2017 Oscars. That's 8 years ago. Yep. I can't do math. It was not 9/11. No. Can I tell you that I was so activated last night because I'm on the couch and Will's on the couch and I hear him watching something on his phone and I go, that's the 2017 Oscars Moonlight La La Land mix-up. And he shows me this. He's like, oh my God, this is crazy. I'm like, yeah, I watched it live. And I also talk about it all the time. And I guess like he hadn't like looked at the moment for a long time, and so he had forgotten like how crazy the envelope gate was. And so he's like, wait, so what happened? I went, what happened? Is that what you just asked? What happened at the 2017 envelope gate Oscars? Do you mean when Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway were presenting the Best Picture Oscar, and Warren Beatty looks at the envelope and goes, and the winner is, and then pauses, is like the Best Picture, and everyone thinks he's doing a bit, and so the audience is laughing, and then Faye Dunaway goes, oh, you're impossible, and he shows her the card, and she goes, La La Land, and then everyone erupts and cheers, and then everyone from the La La Land team takes the stage, and they start giving their speeches, And then suddenly you see a producer of the show run across the stage and inform the producers of La La Land that they in fact did not win the Best Picture Oscar, and there was an envelope mix-up. And what happened was the wrong card was given to Faye Dunaway and Warren Beatty. And what it said was Emma Stone, La La Land, and Emma Stone had won the Best Actress Oscar for La La Land. And that's why Warren Beatty was confused, because it said Emma Stone, La La Land, but Faye Dunaway looked at it and saw La La Land and was like, okay, La La Land. And then Emma Stone later was like, I was confused because I had the Emma Stone La La Land still on me. I had my card and my Oscar. And so then the La La Land producer goes, by the way, we lost. Haha. And then Jordan Horowitz gets on the microphone and is like, we didn't, no, Moonlight, you guys won. You guys won. This is not a joke. You guys won. And then everyone was like, what the fuck? And then it produced the meme of all the shocked faces in the crowd. And I show that to Will and he's like, I've never seen this. Someone link me the clip. Let's just watch the whole thing, because it's the it's the anniversary of like the craziest moment in Oscars history. This is an amazing breakdown of how it happened. Okay, let's see. First, we should watch that moment. Okay. So, what you're about to see is what I just described. And does he show the whole moment? Well, I want what you're about to see is real. This video has 8.3 million views. Okay, we will watch the TikTok after, but I need this whole thing. He doesn't want to be the one responsible because he knows that something has been fucked up. And he's like, here, Faye, you don't know. In case you do not know, the Oscar, the whole Oscar ceremony, it's very secretive. Okay, so PricewaterhouseCoopers International is the firm that has been in charge of the envelopes with the winners for the Oscars for a long time. And there are only a handful of people who know the winners in case there is a problem like what we ran into here. And so they always have two envelopes that they have packaged with the winners, and they hand the cards to the presenters. And it is like this highly secretive process. And did you just see that guy run in the background right here? Okay. So I remember watching this, like a lot of people did. And we, of course, are about to find out in like 30 seconds that the craziest mix-up of all time happened. But you could see that there was something happening because people like are kind of turning, and then you see this producer sprint. There was so much confusion and so much misinformation that a lot of people blamed Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway and thought that they had screwed up. They thought that they had like just had a senior moment. A lot of people were saying this. They're like, they fucking screwed this up. But they were given the wrong envelope. There was a double of Emma Stone La La Land, because remember, they have the two suitcases, and that was given. Just sucks because Moonlight was like the little film that could. It was a very low budget, the film being about a black closeted gay man in Florida, and it was a very powerful small film. And it was such a huge win for them, but it was completely overshadowed by first, wait, did somebody link the meme of all of the reactions in the crowd as the mix up was? Yes, thank you. Oh wait, I want the one where it's like each individual face. Hold on, I can probably look it up too. Emma said last year her mom was watching on TV and thought something bad was happening at the theater. Yeah. You like maybe thinking that there was like a shooting or that was not La La Land accidentally getting named as the best picture winner. Okay, here. Thank you. Yes, this is it. Will had never seen this. You guys, I cannot tell you how activated I was last night going through this entire thing, and then I showed him this, and it's like the way John Legend, who's just like Ryan Gosling, who was on stage because he was part of La La Land, who's laughing because he's like, this is insane. Like, this is fucking crazy. And then The Rock, wait, where's the Rock? Meryl? I mean, he's it's crazy. It's like, pick which one you are. Which one are you? Are you Michelle Williams, who's like, wait, what? Are you Ryan Gosling, who's like, I can't believe this is fucking happening. This is so insane. Are you Meryl Streep, who's horrified? Are you The Rock, who's like, something's going on here. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it. Are you Charlize, who's like, my fucking God? Are you Barry Jenkins, who's like, wait, my movie? My movie won? Oh my God. Emma Stone, who's like, oh my God, this is about to be Aloha all over again. Meryl is just horrified. Oh my God. Matt Damon, who's like, wait, I wasn't paying attention, but something crazy just happened. John Legend looks like Dominic West papped in the bushes. John Legend also looks like there's one Hassan meme that I remember from the Japan streams. It's like every time he's looking at like food, or he's like, what is that? What is that? Is that meat? Or is that fuck ass seafood? Okay, let's look at this. Emma Stone on the 2017 La La Land Oscars.
La La Land Oscars card.
I know what you were gonna say.
Oh, but like, because that was the night you won.
There's a picture.
But that was the night you win your Oscar, so it's the best night. Did it ruin your night, or did you still have a nice time?
No, of course not. It was, I mean, you know, it's an incredible film. I think it's just the chaos of it.
Yes.
I think the part that was also, like, just personally kind of sad for me was my mom was not at the ceremony, and she was watching it on TV. I was there with my brother. And she said that when everybody reacted in the audience, she thought something horrible had happened in the theater. So she started panicking, watching it on TV. And it had just been like 1 minute before that this thing had happened. So I felt so terrible that she was scared. And then obviously, we found out what happened, which was classic me. Classic. Every time something, exciting happens, I either break a bone or my name's in a frickin' envelope for no reason, and it says the movie underneath, and they're like, I guess it means that one. Like, it's crazy.
The Graham Norton Show.
The image of Hassan standing behind Marsh. Yes, I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Okay, let's watch that. I think this is the TikTok that was linked to me. So
they announced the wrong winner.
La La Land.
It's been 8 years.
This is what we call envelope gate. This is the great Best Picture mix-up of 2017, and it is like, I don't know. What would you guys say is crazier? This or when Will Smith went on stage and slapped Chris Rock and everyone was laughing because they're like, wait, what? And then they realized that it was not a bit. I mean, I think they were shocking for different reasons. Yeah, the slap was crazy. I think this one was a more prolonged confusion of like, wait, what the hell just happened? And the fact that it was Best Picture, which is the last award of the night, it's the biggest prize of the night, and they had gotten through their speeches for the most part before what is happening in the background was revealed to the audience. The slap, but everyone acting like they had PTSD from it was crazier. Yeah, I think the reactions to the slap plus the slap makes it the craziest moment, right? Like as we've mentioned many times, Judd Apatow, he could have killed him. Zoe Kravitz coming out and posting a statement about it, and that a lot of people thought that it was a bit. Like, I remember watching this. I was at my friend's bachelorette in Mexico, and I was like with some of my friends in the room that we were staying, and I had the Oscars pulled up and we were watching it. And then I had to go on Twitter, and then I went on Twitter, and Twitter had exploded. Like, if you were on Twitter that day, you remember that it was all anybody was talking about. And it was the slap heard around the world. It really was. Yeah, and then I think it was when he said, "Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth," that everyone was like, wait. But even still, I thought that was scripted too. I still thought it was like a bit. Is he blacklisted from attending? He was blacklisted for 10 years, which is crazy because people who have done far, far worse than Will Smith slapping Chris Rock have not been blacklisted.
Since the wrong Best Picture winner was announced at the 89th Annual Academy Awards.
Moonlight, you guys won Best Picture.
And the details of that debacle are so fascinating that I just had to break it all down. I think about this all the time.
Is that the craziest Oscar moment of all time? Cool.
Some context first. The year 2016, after 2 years of zero acting Oscar nominations for people of color and the viral hashtag #OscarsSoWhite taking the entertainment world by storm, a small movie called Moonlight was beginning.
That's the other thing, that this was coming on the heels of Oscars So White. 2 back-to-back years were all 20 of the acting nominees were all white, which then produced the hashtag #OscarsAllWhite, and people being like, hey, you know that there's a lot of other great performances every year that are not white performances. And so that was like the vibe at the time, and then it culminated in this.
Beginning to make waves. The film featured an all-black cast of mostly unknown actors, a budget of only $1.5 million, but managed to win Best Drama at the Golden Globes,
Moonlight.
and then received 6 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture. Meanwhile, fresh off the success of the Oscar-winning Whiplash, Damien Chazelle's La La Land, a love letter to Hollywood and classic musicals, was being hailed as the frontrunner of the year. With a budget of $30 million and a cast featuring Ryan Gosling, Emma Stone, and even John Legend, La La Land garnered a record-tying 14 Oscar nominations. A David and Goliath story was already being talked about for the February 27th ceremony, and little did these movies know that they would soon be a part of an unprecedented television moment.
Live from the Dolby Theater at Hollywood and Highland, it's the Oscars. Are we ready to have some fun tonight?
Let's talk live TV briefly,
JT.
specifically the Oscars. Believe it or not, and this is one of the coolest things about the Oscars, no one involved with the broadcast knows who the winners are ahead of time. Not the host, who this year was Jimmy Kimmel, not the director, who this year was Glenn Weiss. No one knows, except a small team of third-party accountants who tally the votes in secret until they are open live on air.
We're the only 2 in the world who know.
These accountants are backstage in the wings at the ceremony, and they're supposed to have the winners memorized, so if anything goes wrong, they can fix it immediately. More on that later.
Have you ever made a mistake? I mean, that must be the ultimate thing that keeps you awake at night, right?
We don't.
As you can imagine, this secrecy creates a logistical challenge for everyone involved in the production. Think about how complex the on-air graphics are, how the live orchestra will play the theme song of the winner as they approach the stage, how there are 25 cameras in the room and the director needs to cut to the correct one with just a moment's notice.
Please welcome Leonardo DiCaprio.
Here's a great example of this complexity and the craft involved. Let's watch Emma Stone win Best Actress for La La Land, the second to last award of the night.
Emma Stone, La La Land.
The director has to cue the orchestra about which song to play. He cues the technical director to zoom into the correct box on the screen. There's a live narrator somewhere in the building who has to read the correct script, and they've written a script for all possibilities just in case. It's crazy how much work is involved. The camera people have been educated about each nominee, and they know where all the celebrities are sitting in the crowd, so they immediately begin to seek out people in that crowd who Stone may reference in her acceptance speech that no one has heard yet.
Thank you so much to the Academy.
Okay, here we go. She mentions fellow nominees. Boom.
And my dad and my brother Spencer.
Her brother. Boom.
And so I wanted
Damien
to thank
Chazelle. There he is.
Experience, and Ryan Gosling.
Ryan Gosling.
Thank you for making
Boom.
me laugh.
This split-second, seamless, and incredibly complicated production. It's fascinating. I love it.
Coming up next, the Academy Award for Best Picture.
All right, this brings us to the main event, the award for Best Picture of 2016. Out come Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway celebrating 50 years of Bonnie and Clyde to present Best Picture. We should just watch this back in real time.
You know what he should have just done? He should have just done what Al Pacino did. My eyes see Emma Stone, La La Land.
On the card and nothing else. Cue the music, cue the narrator, cut to the La La Land crew in the crowd. They're rolling along like they have all night. They're almost done. The show's almost finished. And at this point, you probably know what happens. The La La Land crew comes up, they get their statues, they speak for more than 2 minutes before a stage manager rushes out on stage with the correct envelope.
This is not a joke. Moonlight has won Best Picture.
Moonlight is actually announced by the La La Land producer of all people, Jordan Horowitz. It's like an incredible sport.
Moonlight, Best Picture.
They hand off the trophies that they think are theirs to the Moonlight people.
I'm going to be really proud to hand this to my friends from Moonlight.
Madness ensues. But what actually happened?
I opened the
He
envelope.
could have said anything at all. Like, okay, but I think it actually raises a really, like, interesting scenario of you are presenting the biggest award of the night. It's the final moment of the night. You are handed the secretive envelope by the by the guy from PricewaterhouseCoopers who's got his white gloves on and takes it out of the secretive briefcase, and you are told to read what is on the envelope. Like, why would you think that they had given you something wrong? And so in that moment, you have one job, and it is to read what is on the envelope. It's like the last possible scenario you would think would happen, so I can imagine the shock. Yes. And everyone is looking at you. They're gearing up the music, right? Like, whatever is said, the orchestra director is like flipping to that film soundtrack, and then boom, boom, boom music. Everybody's coming up. And I cannot imagine what it must have felt like in that fucking moment. Millions of people watching on TV, and you're like, what the fuck does this mean?
Hello. And it said, Emma Stone, La La Land. That's why I took such a long look at Faye. I wasn't trying to be funny.
Okay, he explains that, but how could the envelope have said Emma Stone, La La Land when she had just won moments before?
And it's fair because he didn't, because if he said, is this right? And then La La Land won, he would have fucked it up. Yes, imagine that it was La La Land and for some reason it just had Emma Stone on there, and then he ruined the Best Picture moment.
And
have you seen the Miss Universe 2015 mix-up?
I also was
Yes.
holding my Best Actress in a Leading Role card that entire time. So whatever story, I don't mean to start stuff, but whatever story that was, I had that card.
Even she's confused and maybe starting some conspiracy theories.
Thank you.
Well, it all comes down to this
Envelope
guy.
gate.
No, that's not Matt Damon's older brother. It's Brian Cullinan, one of the two PricewaterhouseCoopers accountants responsible for the integrity of the vote. You can actually see him here in the chaos at the end of the show. So it turns out, for redundancy's sake, and this makes sense, that there are 2 copies made of each envelope, and apparently there's a third somewhere in the building too. These envelopes are in briefcases, and each of the 2 accountants in attendance holds a complete set of the cards. So depending on which side of the stage the presenters come out from will determine which accountant gives out which card. It sort of makes sense. But once the category is announced, then the duplicate unused card and envelope is supposed to be put away. So Leo came from stage left, which left Cullinan with the extra Best Actress card at stage right. But instead of putting that card away for safekeeping, he was apparently tweeting backstage. And there's proof of this. There's pictures. He was even photographed holding those 2 envelopes. When it came time
Oh my God, I forgot about this. He was tweeting backstage.
the Best Picture card to Warren Beatty, he simply handed off the incorrect one because he was still holding the duplicate Emma Stone card. According to the book Oscar Wars by Michael Schulman, in the past, the envelopes were closed very lightly by a false wax seal. They were easy to open. These envelopes this year were sealed differently, apparently, with like some double stick tape or something. So Cullinan, throughout the night, quickly was showing each presenter a suggested way of how to slide your finger up under the seal in order to break it open cleanly and not look like a fool on TV. So he demonstrated this to Beatty and Dunaway, but he was holding the 2 cards stacked on top of each other, so maybe he saw Best Picture, but then he was doing it under Best Actress and then just handed that one off, and it was the wrong one.
La La Land.
So why didn't Warren Beatty just check the envelope? Well, on the Bill Simmons podcast a few days after the show, Jimmy Kimmel revealed that Beatty and Dunaway actually came to 2 separate rehearsals because they were having trouble reading the teleprompter. There's no way they could have anticipated being handed the wrong card, nor should they have been expected to proof it ahead of time. They should have checks and balances in place for this.
Thank you very much.
We never got to see the actual incorrect card, but let's take a look at the Moonlight card that was expertly cut to you by director Glenn Weiss during the live broadcast as Horowitz held it up to announce the actual winner.
It was not their fault.
You can see that both Moonlight and the producers' names are the exact same font, size, and weight. The Best Picture label is a tiny little font on the bottom. Again, we never saw the Emma Stone card, but based on this format, and thanks to Benjamin Bannister at Medium.com, we can assume it looked pretty much exactly like this. Now imagine you're an 80-year-old man with aging eyesight in front of thousands of people with millions more watching at home. You're out there to present Best Picture, you're handed this envelope, and you see
It was a perfect
this.
storm.
You would be confused. Beatty is obviously confused. Look how he pauses. He's not trying to be funny. He doesn't know what to do, so he reluctantly shows Dunaway the card, hoping she can assist him. She does not, and she just blurts out the first movie title she sees.
La La Land.
Beatty got a lot of flack for the incident, but it was really Dunaway, and she got out of there really fast. We never saw her again, and I don't think she really talked about it much after the fact.
Warren, what did you do?
I want to tell you what happened.
Meanwhile, Brian Cullinan and his partner should have immediately flagged down a stage manager, or heck, just run out on stage to fix the error. That's their job. They have these memorized, and again, they're the only ones. But they either weren't paying attention or they were too afraid to interject. So the fact that multiple La La Land producers gave full acceptance speeches before the correction was made is pretty unacceptable on the part of these accountants. It's safe to say they were not invited back. It was an unfortunate event for all involved.
He was too busy tweeting.
Incredible turn of events for the Moonlight underdogs. It made great live television and was easily hailed as the craziest Oscar moment of all time. Until 2022.
Oh, wow!
But that's for another time.
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
To give credit where it's due, a lot of this information came from the book Oscar Wars, which I mentioned earlier.
I really want to read
also
this
the
book.
Bill Simmons podcast with Jimmy Kimmel. And honestly, a lot of this is from my brain as I've watched this like 50 times.
That's
and I
on
love
my
the
to-read list. Michael Schulman's Oscar Wars. Amelia Perez is planning a heist. They're watching this video and currently planning how they are going to do this on Sunday and somehow have Amelia Perez win Best Picture. What if they kept it to themselves? No one would have known, right? I mean, I mean, yeah, you're right. No one would have known because there's a small, unless somebody from the team spilled, because the accountants who were there that night, the two who were doing the envelopes, they're not the only two who know. It's a small team of people. So somebody would have maybe said something if it wasn't the two of them. How many times has this happened without being revealed? I mean, none that I can think of, maybe I mean, it's kind of like they have one job, right? You have one job, and that is to hand the correct envelope. Yeah, what if that happened with Crash and Brokeback Mountain actually did win? Everyone on edge because Emma won again. Another elderly actor announcing Al Pacino had won. You know what? It's kind of crazy. It is kind of crazy that this was another wild moment. It's not as crazy, but the parallels between 2017 in that Emma Stone had just won Best Actress again. You had another 80-plus-year-old actor presenting the biggest prize of the night, and then he does this.
Will take the award for Best Picture. And I have to go to the envelope for that. And I will. Here it comes. And my eyes see Oppenheimer.
It's the way he says it. Because what if it had said Cillian Murphy Oppenheimer Best Actor? It's so funny. It's so funny the way that he says, my eyes see Oppenheimer, because you're like, okay, but does it say Oppenheimer Best Picture?
Yes. Yes. Emma Thomas, Charles Grodin.
But then he reads off the rest of it. Man, also just Al Pacino coming through with the absolute best way to take all of the climatic action out. Yeah, and then the music hesitating because they're like, is this right? Is it Oppenheimer? Al Pacino's eyes see Oppenheimer, but can we trust him? I wish he had said La La Land. Oh my God. He said Emma Stone La La Land. Wasn't there a conspiracy with Marissa Tomei? Yes, there was like this one journalist in particular who was a fucking asshole and kind of started this rumor that Jack Palance, who had presented the award, mistakenly said her name instead of the presumed frontrunner because people believed, like, Marissa Tomei, she's so green. There's no way that she won this, even though she's fucking amazing in My Cousin Vinny. And so there was this totally unfounded rumor that the Academy had covered up the error, that Jack did, in fact, say Marissa's name when she was not the actual winner, and rather than admit the mistake, the Academy just let it happen. But it was completely unfounded, and it was basically just like assholes. I mean, the Academy also debunked it, but it was basically just assholes who hated Marissa Tomei and were like, ain't no way Marissa Tomei deserved the win for My Cousin Vinny, and so they just started this rumor and ran with it. Yeah, the court scene in My Cousin Vinny alone is like, oh yeah, that's an Oscar performance. All right. Okay, guys. So anyway, that is the 2017 Oscars Best Picture mix-up, Envelope Gate, which, let me tell you, I cannot get enough. I will never get tired of talking about crazy moments from Oscars history. And it is like my mini Super Bowl. Whenever someone's like, wait, so what happened? I'm like, you want to know what happened at the 2003 Oscars? You want to know what happened at the 2022 Oscars? You want to know what happened in 1973? And the thing is that even though a lot of the wild moments from the Oscars they're not great in the sense that they're like fun moments, you know, when we're talking about what happened to Sacheen Littlefeather in 1973 and you know, how there were like grown men such as John Wayne who were being held back because they were trying to physically assault her. Or like Michael Moore being booed for saying shame on you, President Bush. You know, it's not like this fun thing, but it is like what has also made the Oscars so fascinating, which has made this more than just like, oh yeah, another, you know, here's a show and these awards were presented. All of these moments throughout Oscars history and like the fascinating context behind them is I can't get enough. Didn't the BAFTAs have a similar mix-up 2 years ago with Carrie when Carrie Condon won for Banshees, but they cut it from the televised show? Yes. And the BAFTAs are not televised live. And so when something happens, they can cut it from their show. Did you see who's going to present the award for Best Documentary? Okay, so it's not confirmed, but how fucking amazing would this be? Let me show you. So, another group of presenters has been announced for the Oscars. Here's the group. Dave Bautista, Harrison Ford, Gal Gadot, Andrew Garfield, Samuel Jackson, Margaret Qualley, Alba Rohrwacher, Zoe Saldana, Rachel Ziegler, Gal Gadot. So I don't think that they will do this, but can you imagine Gal Gadot presenting Best Documentary? Because most likely No Other Land is going to win Best Documentary. So they will not be doing this. If like this, tweets like this, Gal Gadot presenting Best Documentary, they're just memeing because we don't know who's presenting what yet. And I think the Oscars know enough to not have Gal Gadot present Best Documentary, but you never know. You never know. They might. She's probably presenting with Rachel. Yeah, it depends on especially because Gal is not in any Oscar nominated film this year where they'd have her in like a big category of her own. So she is probably presenting with Rachel since they're in the upcoming Snow White film. Can we get another bet like the time you had to put on clown makeup? Yeah, what should we bet? What do you think she would do? She would even do if it was her Another Land one. She would present it. I don't think that she would do anything on stage, but just the image, right? Just the just that image of Gal Gadot, former IDF and still massive Israel supporter, presenting Best Documentary to No Other Land, a documentary about Israel's illegal occupation and violent settler terrorists who have caused hell to Palestinians in the West Bank. She probably doesn't know what it is. She probably would be like, No Other Land? That sounds like something about the climate. If you lose the bet, you'd have to get Ludwig's haircut. Absolutely no fucking way. No. I will not risk, even if there is a 0.01% chance. Absolutely not. I would feel bad for the filmmakers of Northernland if they would have to take the award from her. Yeah, it's like, keep them away from Gal Gadot. You know, don't like, it would be such a huge moment for them. And Gal Gadot, first of all, sucks. Like, she just sucks. I mean, like I said, the image of that is, you know, the irony of it. You could do makeup to look like Farley. You know what? If Gal Gadot presents Best Documentary, I will do Whiteface. I'll do a bald cap stream. How about that? Okay. I will do bulge. Whiteface bald cap? You have to say a positive comment about Amelia Perez movie. Yeah. I will find something positive to say about Amelia Perez. Get this haircut if you lose. Fuck no. Absolutely not. One of the worst haircuts of all time. It's French. Yeah, and it's ugly. Il est laid. Il est très laid. All right, we're going to talk about Michelle Trachtenberg. Some Northern Lion RP. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about Michelle Trachtenberg, everybody. Let me go and pull up my... Nope, that's not what I want. I want this. Okay. Kitsy Cat, thank you for the 3 months. Deanie, thank you for the 200 bits. All right, everyone. So I talked about this at the top of stream, but we're going to take a look at the news about Michelle Trachtenberg's early death at the age of 39, which is very sad. And we've already been reminiscing on our favorite Michelle Trachtenberg film and TV roles. My Ice Princess.
We're following very closely here today. New York actress Michelle Trachtenberg, best known for her roles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer and also Gossip Girl, has died at the age of 39.
She was found unresponsive at her Midtown apartment. Natalie Dudridge is here now with what we know. Natalie?
Well, Chris and Christine, such a shock and such a loss for the...
Apparently her mom found her, which is really sad. But yeah, she was found unresponsive at her
the entertainment world, for her co-stars, family, most of all, and fans, of course, as well. The NYPD confirming they responded to a 911 call at her apartment building just after 8 o'clock this morning and found her there unconscious. She is being remembered as a girl who grew up in front of the camera and became a star.
I'm not gonna cry.
She grew up on the screen, first as a child star, then as a teen drama icon.
That's funny, because I feel more like myself than ever.
Now Hollywood is remembering Michelle Trachtenberg, who died at 39 years old.
Really began her career as a very young child. She was on The Adventures of Pete and Pete on Nickelodeon. She then went on to be in Harriet's Spy. and really blew up from there. We're going to learn more about what happened to her in more recent years. We know that.
Yeah, so as of right now, we don't know the cause of death. Apparently she had recently had a liver transplant, but there is no confirmed details about how she died.
Had a liver transplant in recent months. Obviously, cause of death is still not out, but we're going to learn a little bit more. That may shed some light on what's been going on with her.
Trachtenberg was born and raised in Brooklyn and continued to call New York City home. She was found unresponsive Wednesday morning in her Midtown apartment around 8 a.m. The NYPD says there are no signs of foul play. We spoke to her neighbor.
Very, very sad news. Hoping that her family's okay. Saw her say hi and then speak to her a lot, but just said hi. She seemed pretty nice.
Trachtenberg made her acting debut at just 3 years old.
Tell me what's going on.
But her big break came with her character Dawn Summers in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which cemented her career.
Can I get your name?
No. She later played the scheming Georgina Sparks on Gossip Girl, her career spanning film and TV with appearances in House, NCIS Los Angeles, and the cult classic Euro Trip.
I think we're going to see a lot of people go back and rewatch Buffy, go back and rewatch Gossip Girl, and even Harriet the Spy, and really be impressed by what she brought to those projects. Michelle really had a tremendous work ethic.
Reaction is pouring in from Hollywood, including from co-stars. David Boreanaz said on Instagram, "So very sad, horrible news. R.I.P. and prayers to her and her family." And James Marsters posted, "We have lost a beautiful soul. Michelle was fiercely intelligent, howlingly funny, and a very talented person."
Now, again, police say her death does not appear suspicious. The medical examiner is still on the scene at this hour, and an autopsy will determine the exact cause of death. Christine.
And, with streaming, her fans now span generations, because my daughter can watch some of her work as well, so she knows who she is as well. Yep. Natalie, thank you for that. And on our website, we have continuing coverage, including her life in pictures and more on her career.
Yeah, so I saw a couple of you guys mention, have we learned nothing after Chadwick Boseman? Yeah, so in the last year, Michelle Trachtenberg, the photos that she had posted, she does look very different from her former self. And right now, we don't know how she died. We just know that she had recently undergone a liver transplant. But of course, the internet, people on the internet, love to just say things as if they are fact and also say things that are incredibly mean. And we talk about, have we learned nothing from Chadwick Boseman? Because in Chadwick Boseman's final year, he passed away in 2020. He died from cancer. He had colon cancer. And there were a lot of people online who were making cruel comments about his appearance. And then when he passed and the public found out that he had been, suffering from stage 4 colon cancer, and that's what killed him. It was a reminder of, hey, you don't know what people are undergoing in their personal lives. And a lot of times when people are, let's say, sick with something, they're not going to announce it to strangers, right? It's nobody's fucking business what health issues somebody is dealing with. And so whether or not they are struggling with an addiction or they have health problems or whatever it is, shut the fuck up. Shut up, because it is an incredibly personal thing, and yet people just have learned nothing. And comments like this were all over Michelle's posts from her last year, and I went and looked at it today and I saw a lot of people being like, hey, everyone who was being so fucking mean, do you feel good about yourselves now? Saying things like, heroin addiction is so sad. Damn, you look like you need help. There is something wrong, and I'm not a hater. How do you look older than Sarah Michelle Gellar? Say no to drugs. Just people assuming all sorts of things and then feeling as if they have the right to go comment those things on a post of someone who they do not know. Yeah, it's awful. Like, it's absolutely awful. And people, I saw comments too. People being like, well, a lot of the comments on her posts over the last year were just fans of hers who were concerned. And it's like, shut up. All right. You know exactly the type of comments we're talking about. This is not like fans being concerned where it's none of your business. Okay. Like, do you think that Michelle Trachtenberg is going to learn something about her own health from a random person who she didn't know, posting on her Instagram? Hey, something looks like it's wrong with you. Do you think that she wasn't aware of her own health problems? She does look jaundiced, which makes sense given the later liver transplant. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think without like saying as fact, it seems as if whatever was the cause of her death is related to the fact that she had a liver transplant. There's many reasons that people have a liver transplant. We don't know what the reason was, but the point is like commenting on whether it's a celebrity or just any person online and like saying something about that person that you are stating as fact when you have no fucking idea what's actually going on is just such internet behavior. And I don't know where people get off thinking that they can say this type of stuff. Like, I guess I'm also just someone where if I saw a picture, like I hadn't even seen what Michelle Trachtenberg had been looking like recently. I had not thought of Michelle Trachtenberg. Well, I thought of her briefly when the Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot was announced because I was thinking about like the whole cast and who's going to come back. But I hadn't looked at any of her social media or like checked in to see what she was up to until I saw the news of her passing. And I also just can't imagine being a person who, even if I thought this, would comment that. Like, I don't understand like where that disconnect comes from. Like, you see someone who you were a fan of their work, and then you haven't seen them in quite some time, and you're like, wow, okay, they look really different. But then what is how do you go from that to then commenting something like, there's something wrong with you, or are you addicted to drugs on their post? Such a strange impulse. Yeah, it's so weird. Like, it's so fucking weird. Okay. Here's Blake Lively posting about Michelle Trachtenberg. Oh, another thing that I have seen, this is how fucked up the internet is. Okay. We're broken. We're just broken. There were a lot of people commenting on the news of Michelle Trachtenberg saying, why wasn't it Blake Lively? Why couldn't it be Blake? Why Michelle and not Blake? What are we doing here? What are we doing, y'all? Your instinct, what you type out on your phone and post online in response to finding out that Michelle Trachtenberg, an actress from a lot of people's childhoods, has sadly passed away, is to be like, you know what? I wish it had been this other actress who I don't like because I think she's a mean girl. And so I wish that she had died instead. Jesus. Like, what the hell, man? What the fuck? So this is Blake's post. This is the first day I met Michelle. She was electricity. You knew when she entered a room because the vibration changed. Everything she did 200%. She laughed the fullest at someone's joke. She faced authority head on when she felt something was wrong. She cared deeply about her work. She was proud to be a part of this community and industry, as painful as it could be sometimes. She was fiercely loyal to her friends and brave for those she loved. She was big and bold and distinctly herself. And she always had yummy caramel-smelling lip gloss on because she didn't just want to sparkle on camera. She liked creating a nice experience for anyone who was in her orbit. even down to the subtle smell of her lip gloss because she cared about the sweet details. She was a kind person through and through. Time passes. You take for granted that you get the chance to see an old friend. To paraphrase, the real tragedies in life are the ones that blindside you on an idle Tuesday. Hold those that you love and have loved dear. The world lost a deeply sensitive and good person in Michelle. May her work and her huge heart be remembered by those who were lucky enough to experience her fire. Yeah, I thought that was a really lovely post. And I was also in my feels reading all of the posts from like the cast of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, especially because remember in 2021 when Charisma Carpenter first took to Twitter and revealed the abuse that she had faced from Joss Whedon on the set of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and then the spin-off show Angel, and then the rest of the main cast came forward to not only support Charisma but to also share their own experiences with how abusive Joss Whedon was on the set of Buffy. And in particular, so Sarah Michelle Gellar had shared a post in supporting Charisma, and then Michelle Trachtenberg posted her support as well, and then updated her statement to add that quote, there is a rule saying that Joss is not allowed in a room alone with Michelle again, and then said that she would not be commenting further on the matter. So like it's just, I don't know. See, like, for those who love Buffy and the cast of Buffy and like how they all came together to support each other when one of them came forward to finally share their experiences with Joss Whedon, who is the creator of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and a couple years ago finally like stories started being shared about how abusive and awful he is, which was very painful for fans of Joss Whedon shows and films. But yeah, it was just touching to see that, and then with the news of Michelle Trachtenberg's death, all of her former castmates posting words about her. Okay, let's look at this. Harriet the Spy on set in 1996 with Michelle Trachtenberg and Rosie O'Donnell. So Rosie O'Donnell, who co-starred with Michelle in Harriet the Spy, which was one of Michelle's earliest roles, and I'm sure a lot of us saw in our youth. O'Donnell said in a statement that hearing what happened was heartbreaking. I loved her very much. She struggled the last few years. I wish I could have helped her. Another castmate, J. Smith Cameron, spoke out in a statement on February 26. I played Mrs. Welch, Harriet's mother, in Harriet the Spy. Michelle had been on a Nickelodeon show called Adventures of Pete and Pete, but this seemed to be her first lead film role. She was so excited. Her natural ebullient nature was ratcheted up into giddiness as she tried to learn how to handle all that came with that. She was a very charming little girl. Years later, we found each other on social media and connected briefly. She was always very warm towards me. I feel very shocked and unsettled to hear of her passing.
Hi, I'm Michelle Trachtenberg, and I play Harriet M. Welsh.
Hello, E.T. No holds barred. The truth behind the scenes of Harriet the Spy.
Help!
I told her that if she did it again, I would have to strangle her.
That's where you're wrong, Harriet the Spy. She really wants to be a writer when she grows up, and she's very independent, and she's really unique. She has her own way of doing things, and she has her own way of seeing things. If anyone sees the secret tattoo, swift and painful death.
Tattoos?
That tickles. The Animiki.
You guys into tattoos?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Okay.
Yes. No.
Keeping a diary means that you could tell someone or something your thoughts. It's really neat to have a diary because you could just like write down everything in it and no one will ever know.
Hey, Harriet. What are you writing?
Notes.
Want me to read them?
Can you read this? I keep a lock on it. I definitely keep a lock on it. And not those little tiny locks, but a really heavy-duty lock that weighs 5 pounds. So no one could be able to pick it up. And I saw a lot of myself in her because we have a lot of things in common. Like, we both love to read and write. We wear the same clothing, like baggy jeans, like jeans, you know? And we eat the same foods, tomato sandwiches. I can't help it if I know what I like. And I know that I like tomato. Bread, tomatoes, mayonnaise, vinegar, and salt.
She's a sour girl.
Now that I look back on it, it was really funny, but like, having the blue paint spilled on me was so like gross and it was so cold.
I thought it was fun.
My favorite scene in the blue paint scene was when I jumped into the tub, because that was fun. I like that. It's really important, you know. You tell your parents and your brothers and your sister everything, but you tell your friends. Your friends can help you also understand things when you're in school and when you can't get your family, you know, they're right there.
You can be in a crowd, but first, like, find who you are.
Yeah, find yourself.
See yourself in the mirror. These two
Where's
are the
the
most
$5
immature kids in the world.
Immature.
Come to my office, because we're going to discuss
You
this
think
now.
you're cool. You think you're all collective and calm.
No.
Kids are so honest, and they haven't yet become, you know, jaded.
Oh, working with Rosie was the best thing in the world. When I didn't understand something, you know, she'd explain to me, and she'd kind of like help me out.
Help! I told her that if she did it again, I would have to strangle her. Sad, but true. That's the
Sad?
new line reading. Sad, pause, but true. What?
Sad but true.
You can do it when the camera's off!
It's also really heartbreaking because Michelle talked a lot about how she was, you know, she was very famous from a young age, and she wasn't just someone who was like in one movie and then that was it. She was consistently working from when she was 3 years old. And so she was horribly bullied when she was in school because she was like the successful actor kid. And she talked about how she had scars from like classmates of hers beating the shit out of her, like throwing her down the stairs and bullying her. And it was really sad to go back and read a lot of her old comments about what it was like growing up, where not only was she dealing with like the very unique challenge of growing up on television. That's something that most of us will never experience. And also she had to deal with in her personal life a lot of people being really cruel because she was very successful. And it's something where this happens often when, like, if you ever listen to people who were formerly child actors talk about like what was your experience being a child actor, and especially if they grow up in a setting where other people are like trying to be, you know, other kids are trying to be famous as well. I remember even in my high school, a friend of mine who was really into music started going back and forth to LA to record stuff, and she was bullied by people in our high school who were making fun of her, you know, saying that she was trying to be Hannah Montana and just being unbelievably cruel. Thank you, my love. And just the way that kids and teens are treated by their peers for trying to have any type of successful artistic career, and then becoming successful like Michelle, and it resulting in just physical abuse.
Are you gonna go be some other kid's nanny now?
This made me cry.
And love them more than you? Never. Remember, in my life, in this world, there will always only be one Harriet. Now get back to work. You've lost nearly an entire day on your notebook.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter? Did I hear you say it doesn't matter? Because I thought I heard you say it doesn't matter, but Harriet wouldn't say that, would she? Now, come on. Just because you're on your own doesn't mean the world stops turning, or that there are no more fascinating people to observe and fill your notebooks with. That's your job, Harriet. That's your job for life. And when you're all grown up and you sell your first novel, I'll be first in line at that bookstore, getting my autographed copy.
I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry.
Nah, it's okay to cry, but whatever you do, don't laugh. No, Harriet, I will not tolerate laughter as I leave. No. Hey, come here. You remember, a good spy can get in there and fight.
Goodbye, Harriet the Spy.
God, I really loved that movie. Really loved Harriet the Spy. I have oopsie. Sorry, sometimes Twitter videos are so low in volume. I thought I had a couple other clips. People have been sharing stuff. So, yeah, you know what? Just keeping you guys on your toes. Keeping you on your toes. Okay, so this is Talk Stoop with Michelle Trachtenberg as seen on New York Nonstop. I think this is when she was filming Gossip Girl. Could we please watch Harriet the Spy one day? Oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm Kat Greenleaf. Welcome to Talk Stoop. Welcome to Talk Stoop, Michelle Trachtenberg.
Thank you so much.
So you're from Brooklyn?
I am from Brooklyn.
That makes you a down-home girl.
I try.
Haven't you missed me? So how long you been acting?
I've been acting since I was 3 years old, so I just turned 24. It'll be 21 years.
3 years old. At 3, did you wake up and say, Mom, I gotta do this?
Her whole thing was I have to finish high school, which I did, and I graduated top honors as magna cum, did that whole thing, applied to colleges, accepted USC film school first year, and then just didn't.
Do you regret
sad.
not going to college?
No, I mean, at that point, for me, college would have been an unrealistic experience in the sense that I'd already been acting for so long, people would know who I am. For me, throughout my life, my career was so much more important than, you know, some mean kids, because kids are cruel. I had a really, really horrible time in school. They were terrible and torturous and evil.
Because what? Were they jealous that you were on TV?
They really made fun of me and tortured me, but look at me now.
What was your first big hit?
Well, my first theatrical job was on Law & Order, and I died. I was 4 years old and I was uncredited. Then I did All My Children.
Only she loved me the way that you love Amanda.
And that was pretty big. And then The Adventures of Pete and Pete when I was like 7 to 9.
Howdy, partner. I'm Nona F. Mecklenburg.
But the first big thing was Harriet the Spy.
It's starting.
I booked that when I was like 9 and started filming when I turned 10.
Oh my God, I also loved her in Inspector Gadget.
Working with Rosie O'Donnell was just a dream. She was one of the most awesomest co-stars I've had to date.
So after Harriet the Spy,
Michelle Trachtenberg, this is your life. There was Buffy when I was 14, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Buffy was one of my favorite shows. It was cool and
Same girl.
You know, it was adult, but I was 14 and my mom would still let me watch it.
have you seen it yet?
Buffy?
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, no, I don't watch myself.
It doesn't help you hone your craft or make changes depending on what you see?
I don't think so. I mean, it's done. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's on, I'm not going to change it. It's on celluloid. It is what it is. I've never had an acting class or lesson in my life, so I watch great movies.
I'd take a flamethrower to this place.
I watch Al Pacino and Meryl Streep and sort of not necessarily emulate, but learn from, you know, their facial expressions and how they could command the attention within a scene.
I've often heard you compared to Al Pacino, so it's interesting.
Thank you. That'd be awesome. I know you're totally messing with me.
Inspector Gadget and Buffy, all kind of kid tween type projects. Now you're on Mercy, which is all grown up.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I never pictured myself as a nurse.
Don't worry, we're nurses.
But it's fun to play on TV. As long as I don't have to be the one taking the needle, like getting the needle in my arm.
Always better to give harm
I can
than
administer,
get harm.
yeah. Well, it's a prosthetic arm, so it's not real. But and nurse clogs are a whole new level. I like my heels. Oh no, they better be clean.
You're a naughty nurse, Michelle Trachtenberg.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
See, here on The Stoop, we have a thing where everybody tells us one secret.
It's so, I can't even wrap my mind. I don't,
I have a lot of time.
I know you here, clearly. I don't know that I've ever said this before. I really like pens. It's weird.
Do you like writing with the pens or just
yes, all different
holding
colors?
the pen?
I haven't really spoken about that.
What kind of person don't you like?
I guess purposely conniving. In a nasty, malicious way.
Do you think anyone's out there to just be evil for the sake of it, or are they dealing with their own insecurities and fears?
I could care less. Get your together.
Thanks for being on Talk Stoop, Michelle.
Oh, thank you.
You know what?
Fans.
Fucking true, dude.
Hey, S, it's Georgie. Listen, I know it's early, but I thought
this is my third call. Where are you?
It's me again.
She is so iconic in Gossip Girl. Truly. Truly, truly, truly. Like, the person to take on Blair. You know? Such a diva.
I've left you a couple
Iconic
messages
lines.
and you haven't called me back. I think we should hang out today. Friends hang out. Maybe you've lost your cell phone. Can't wait to see you.
But if they don't call you back, it usually means they don't want to be found.
Where are you?
Taking care of what you obviously couldn't.
I don't think Jesus would approve of that.
Well, you can tell Jesus that the bitch is back.
How?
Is it known why after Gossip Girl she didn't act that much? She was still acting. Like, she did NCIS. She was on that show Mercy. I think just maybe once she moved out of the young adult kind of tween category of roles, maybe people who like knew Michelle from shows like Buffy and Gossip Girl just weren't necessarily watching the stuff that she did anymore, but she was still acting. I think she just kind of joined the ranks of most actors who are successful really early in their lives, where they're just like adult actors now, and they do, you know, TV. They do some TV here and there, maybe a film or two, nothing that is necessarily in like the main public conversation, like cultural conversation. She was in an episode of House. Yeah. So, like, you know, she was doing guest star roles and stuff like that.
Ooh. I guess you haven't changed as much as you thought. With me. I hear you told our little secret. That's the way you want to play it? That's how we'll play it.
It wasn't fun missing the SATs.
Oh.
Hey, Sarah!
Dan!
Hey!
Oh my gosh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, I'm just, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out what to think.
You're lucky you're on my free pass list, otherwise Philip might have put up a fuss.
Can't a girl have both? Nothing like a scorned lover to scorch the earth.
Anyway, I love me some Georgina. Okay.
Of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Pete and Pete, Harriet the Spy, and dozens of other beloved films and TV shows were shocked to hear of the sudden death of actress Michelle Trachtenberg. But some who saw her final Instagram posts were worried even before the worst happened.
I'm not gonna cry.
Police told the Los Angeles Times that Trachtenberg's mother found the 39-year-old dead at her New York apartment on the morning of February 26, 2025. ABC News reported that the actress had recently undergone a liver transplant and had been experiencing complications, noting that her death was apparently of natural causes. Police said, quote, criminality is not suspected. In the weeks leading up to her death, Trachtenberg posted several selfies in which she looked somewhat gaunt, leading to numerous comments about her appearance alongside speculation about whether she would return in the upcoming Buffy reboot. While some were quite unkind, as comments on the internet so often are, others expressed concern. One person commented on a January 26th post, "Please don't be afraid to ask for help if you need it." Another wrote on a February 12th selfie, "You seem unwell. I wish you the best."
I just think we shouldn't do that, you know? Also, the narrator, this is Nikki Swift. A lot of times I stay away from these types of videos, but yes, it's very much so. The XOXO Gossip Girl. So I just think this is something, like I said before, that we should we as the public should not comment on. Like, I think it's just good practice to bear in mind that that we don't know what is going on in people's lives. And so rather than comment stuff like, hey, you should ask for help, or like, you look like something is wrong with you. People did the same thing to yeah, and then they were doing that to Mother's Milk, the guy who plays MM in Boys. They were doing that to him too when the new episode had come out. And so it's like, okay, yeah, we're just doing this every time. I think people are desensitized. There's a separation between celebs and real world empathy and compassion. Yeah, I mean, a celebrity, you know, brings with it a big spotlight, and you have people who have formed unhealthy parasocial type relationships with you, but also just people who think that they can say whatever they want to say online. But this is also something that just is like indicative of the internet at large, where people don't stop to think about the things that they say online. And it's weird because it's like, we talk all the time about how if you saw somebody in real life, would you go up to them and be like, hey, you look like shit? Like, what's wrong? You know, something's wrong with you. I think you look like shit. No. But we do it online because it's like it removes the part of our brain that tells us we're being an asshole and that it's none of our fucking business. And anyway.
At the time, none of the commenters were aware of Trachtenberg's liver condition, but comments posted after her death brought it up. One wrote, in response to several earlier comments about the color of Trachtenberg's eyes in that same February 12th post, she had liver disease, that's why her eyes are yellow. Other posts from Trachtenberg's account show she was clearly looking back to happier days in the earlier parts of her career. Her final post on February 18th was a red carpet photo from the premiere of the 2013 TV movie Killing Kennedy. Along with the hashtag throwback, she captioned it, "I wanted to look like naughty Tinkerbell." Another post from February 15th was a photo from when
There's an IG model who I won't name. She has anorexia and has talked about it for years, and every comment is just about how she looks dead or how future documentaries will be made about her death. People are cruel.
Trachtenberg attended the 2011 School of American Ballet Winter Ball in New York. Again, with a throwback hashtag, she captioned that one. A memory, a magical night in New York. I remember feeling like Cinderella, wishing everyone an ethereal weekend. Other throwback posts included a 2020 photo from an Art of Elysium event in Los Angeles and a Valentine's Day post from her Complex magazine photo shoot in 2010. Trachtenberg was most active on Instagram. While she had an X account, she hadn't updated it since 2021 when she was promoting her to-be-true crime series Meet, Marry, Murder. The comments in the weeks before her death were far from the first time Trachtenberg got some online flack for her appearance. Almost exactly a year before, in January 2024, she responded to some unfavorable comments about her appearance after she posted a selfie alongside fellow former child actor Alexa Penavega. When a commenter said Trachtenberg looked sick and asked if she was okay, Trachtenberg replied, "Explain to me how I look sick. Did you lose a calendar and not realize I'm not 14? I'm 38. How sad for you to leave such a comment."
I want to sit down with bullies one day and say why.
That didn't put an end to the speculation about Trachtenberg's health, though. A post the following day showing off a new ombre hairstyle also drew numerous comments about her appearance and well-being. It's unclear just how long the actress was ill, but what does seem certain is that she was determined to keep it private, even in light of seemingly constant demands to go public.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about it too, is it's like almost bullying people into revealing what's going on in their lives. And here's the thing is, if someone is experiencing a health condition, it is their right. It is their right to decide what to do with revealing what's going on with them or not. Whether they are a celebrity or a non-celebrity. Like, we're not owed anything, and nobody should have to disclose what it is that's happening in their personal lives. And the other thing too about this is this does happen with celebrities who were famous from a young age. And then guess what? Like everybody else in this world, they do get older. And so it's yes, maybe something else is going on besides aging, but it's also the fact that people age. And if you're looking at photos of them from when they were 14 years old on your favorite television show and then comparing it to when they're in their, when they're 40, there's going to be changes from when you are aging. In my opinion, not to mention we live in a crazy ableist world, so revealing any kind of information about any impairment is going to affect your career negatively, so wanting to stay silent makes sense too. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons that people choose to guard their private and personal life, and if they are undergoing something health-wise, deciding not to reveal that is their decision, and it's nobody's business. And yet, it's like with the internet, they will try. It's like they'll try and bully you. They'll try and harass you into revealing what it is that's going on. And oftentimes too, it's like they'll just make up their own minds anyway.
With her condition. As one commenter noted on a February 9th post, Michelle was clearly fighting a secret battle. I hope she knew how many of us loved and admired her.
Yeah, and with celebrities too, hiding the fact that they are sick so that they're not kept from roles. It's a thing too that women will do when they're pregnant. Anything that is a change with your body, with your health, in an industry that is very not going to let you have these health issues or be going through something like having a baby. That's why they would keep it secret. There's it's a very competitive industry, not a lot of jobs to go around, and so you don't want to do something that's going to make it even harder to get hired. Keeps happening with retired athletes and their former shitty teammates leaking their health info. Yeah, I don't know. I just keep saying it's like this thing with the internet where we think that we are owed somebody's, like, all the details about somebody's private life, and especially if they are of a celebrity status where we don't see them as human beings, and we're like, no, we demand that we demand all these things. And you are not owed any privacy. And then there's the discourse around Ariana for the past couple years, but her fans have been pushing against it in the worst way possible, so it's a mess all around. Yeah, and then the Ariana Grande situation is tricky because on the one hand, you know, holding Ariana up as an example of, oh yeah, this is what you should look like, and the way that some of her very, very toxic fans are engaging in unhealthy practices and eating disorders because they think that Ariana is like the pinnacle of health and like what you should look like, and they are worshiping it. And so that has gotten really weird, and that's gotten really, really messy, and I don't know. There's a lot of problems within the Ariana Grande standum. Liver issues can arise in people out of nowhere, such as jaundice and non-alcohol related cirrhosis. They can destroy your body and your life, especially cirrhosis. It can make your liver useless based on the severity. And that's the other thing too, is that having liver damage, needing something like a liver transplant, does not mean that you were an alcoholic. And so I'm sure a lot of people will still assume that she was an alcoholic because she had issues with her liver. Is there a healthy stan community? No.
Actress Michelle Trachtenberg has died.
There's really not.
At the age of 39. She was best known for her roles in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Gossip Girl. She made her acting debut as a child star with roles in Nickelodeon projects. She's a native of New York. She was found in her Manhattan apartment by her mother this morning. And our Aaron Katursky has been reporting there was no foul play believed to be involved. But our ABC contributor and senior entertainment reporter, Kelly Carter, is joining us now. Kelly, first of all, it's so wonderful to see you. I'm glad that you're here with us. And I'm sad that we have to talk about this. I can't tell you the reverberation that this news sent through the newsroom, especially for some elder millennials who feel like they grew up with her.
That's exactly what I was going to say, too.
Yeah, and I think the difference here is like, okay, so when Maggie Smith died, or Donald Sutherland, or, you know, someone who was like a titan of the stage or of the screen, someone who really left a mark on culture because they were one of the greatest of all time. You know, when we look back on their careers and we talk about, you know, we talk about their contributions to film and television, it's usually because they were a, you know, world-renowned talent. And often, too, because these are people who were at, like they were old, you know? Maggie Smith was old. Donald Sutherland was old. And so they had a lifetime of achievements and lived very, very long lives. But I think the thing with Michelle that is really causing people to feel that gut punch and stopping people in their tracks. Like, I saw so many tweets from people that I follow, and people I don't follow, where it was just like, God damn, Michelle was such a big part of my childhood, like, I gotta sit down. Or like, oh man, I don't feel well, type of thing. And so I think like Michelle dying so young, that she was only 39, and also the fact that a lot of people did grow up with Michelle, you know, were in not just her age range, but like grew up watching her, watching her on TV and in movies, not after the fact, not like
to be here, of course, but
not like, I don't know, you discover an actor later in life type of thing. And so I think that's why, like, Michelle didn't have the filmography of like a Maggie Smith, and granted Maggie Smith was 50 years older than her. But Michelle's contributions to pop culture, especially the 90s and early 2000s, which is the the years that those of us who are millennials and older Gen Z, those are the years that we grew up, that's our adolescence and our teenage years. It's a huge impact on the impact that someone like her had on the type of pop culture that we were consuming, and really the pop culture that made up a lot of those those years. Also, Michelle was in so many kid films where others like Dakota Fanning I don't remember seeing in any kids movie. Dakota was in Dakota was like a serious child actor, where she was in War of the Worlds. She was like the child actor starring alongside major A-list film actors and would be in like dramas, Isn't she in I Am Sam? Yeah, stuff like that. But Michelle Trachtenberg was a child actor who was on Disney movies and was, Harriet the Spy. So she was one that like we grew up watching her movies in the way that like when you were younger, you probably weren't watching, other child actors like Dakota Fanning. You might not have been allowed to like watch Man on Fire. So she, a child actress who other kids watched. Unlike Maggie Smith, etc., Michelle being on Buffy, Eurotrip, and all, she represented her and our generation, which makes it even more important. Totally. And I think that there is... I think that when we look at... when we look at actors who have passed and we look at their legacies and, tributes to them and like what their impact was on culture, I think somebody who may not have been in, Oscar winning films or was in like serious, prestigious dramas, etc., but still had a massive impact on pop culture and was a part of pop culture that like that the youth were consuming is just as important. For me, like being a lover of classic prestigious films, but also things like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I mourn the loss of people like Donald Sutherland, but also equally Michelle Trachtenberg because of the impact that it had on my life when I was growing up, and like the memories that I have of the work that Michelle Trachtenberg did. Brittany, it's very similar to like Brittany Murphy, yeah. And I saw people posting a photo of Brittany and Michelle, and Brittany is another actress who died at such a young age, and a lot of people like it's also just the shock of it, the shock of someone dying at such a young age, and really putting it into perspective. Because the other thing too is like actors are larger than life, and you kind of look at them in a way when you're younger as like they're like these really cool larger than life figures, and then you get older and you're like, oh my god, that person is my age. Or to be like, wow, I'm older now than this actor that I loved was when they died. And Yeah,
but under these circumstances, I'd rather not. You know, this is a young actress who a lot of us feel like we grew up with. You know, obviously, we probably saw her first in The Adventures of Pete and Pete for Nickelodeon, but really that first big breakout role was in Harriet the Spy. And I have to say, they don't make kid movies like that anymore. You know, those of us who were a fan of the books, and I was, really felt like she transformed into the precocious spy that Harriet became, and she obviously found success in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, playing Sarah Michelle Gellar's younger sister, and also in Gossip Girl. And it's just really sad that she is no longer with us at the age of 39.
No, just 39 years old, and you have to imagine what that was like for her mom to go into her New York apartment and find her like that. And so many of us, we fell in love with her, right? In Buffy, Buffy almost became this sort of franchise. It was remade several times, and the outpouring of support and love from Hollywood was instant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, she was able to work with a lot of incredible people. I actually met her one time at the red carpet premiere of 17 Again, which starred Zac Efron and, of course, our dearly departed Matthew Perry. And she was great, you know, and it was lovely to have that quick moment with her on the carpet. But also, when you think about, you know, the number of stars that she has worked alongside, it's a pretty impressive list. And I can imagine that we'll be reading a lot of tributes about her as we go into the end of this week.
Absolutely. And she had such that unique look, right? That all-American girl. Our hearts are with her. Kelly Carter, thank you so much for being.
All right. Well, oh, this is the last thing. You know what? Fuck the Daily Mail, okay? Let me just tell you that whenever you see something like this, Buffy star Michelle Trachtenberg's teary-eyed boyfriend Jay Cohn speaks for the first time after her death. First of all, you know what he said? No comment. Because you know what the Daily Mail did? They showed up at the house right after Michelle's body had been found and the news broke. It was the New York Post that first broke the news. And here's a reporter from the Daily Mail showing up to the family home, trying to be the first to get a comment. Like Jesus Christ. This is... It's like, you know, you think about Chapel Roan calling out the paparazzi and calling out this type of behavior that is so reprehensible. It is vile. And it's like, you know, it's just beyond, it's beyond gross. It's beyond gross. And the comment was no comment. No comment. And the thing is, too, is like this happened also with Aubrey Plaza and her family. You know, it doesn't matter what you think about Aubrey Plaza, but the fact that her husband had died and died in a tragic way in that he took his own life. And then immediately outlets like, you know, TMZ and the Daily Mail and all these slop outlets show up to the residents trying to like get pictures and, you know, be the first to get any information that they can have as breaking news. I thought Princess Diana's death already taught us this lesson seriously. No, not at all. Nope. Tabloid culture needs to be eradicated. Yeah, I just don't know how. Like, you know what I always think about? This person who's a reporter, okay? Do you think this person, when they set out on their path of journalism, was like, yeah, you know what? My dream is to write for the Daily Mail and show up to the house where a celebrity has just passed so that I can hound their family for a comment and then write up some slop for the outlet that I work for. I'll never forget what TMZ did when Kobe Bryant passed away. Truly vile. Same, right? And like what that does to the families, where a lot of times they are now finding out about the loss of their loved one because TMZ or Daily Mail or New York Post has published the story and has published pictures of like the body being removed from the house. Yeah, I mean, we can't even call this isn't even journalism. It's just exploitative slop. It's gross. I know. It's gross. Anything for the clicks. You know, all right. Well, rest in peace to Michelle Trachtenberg and all of us who grew up with Michelle Trachtenberg, or if you don't know her work, I am such a Buffy the Vampire Slayer head, and I recommend to go watch it, even though fuck Joss Whedon, but it's like it was such an incredible show, and especially the way that it tackled like issues, and you know, it was such a good adolescent show where it had very serious things in it, but like it was a fantastical show. You know, it's a show about vampires and monsters and ghouls, and just the way that a lot of it served as a metaphor for like very real things. Joss only like popped by to do a few eps. I think Jane Espenson and that team mostly did the heavy lifting for Buffy. Also, Dolly was a producer. Has good vibes behind the scenes too, backing it. Yeah, it is one of those shows where I'm like, I'm not gonna let one man, even if he was the creator of the show, overshadow what that show meant for me and a lot of people. And like, there's, you know, I think some of the best episodes of television came from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like the Thanksgiving episode is incredible. I hate that Joss made such good TV. Those shows don't deserve to have him bring them down. Yeah, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's the whole thing of like when something from popular culture, you know, be it a TV show or movie or an album or whatever, means a lot to you, like that is not something that you have to throw away, that you have to bury because somebody who was associated with the making of it was a piece of shit. The Body is gut-wrenching. No music the entire episode too. Yeah, The Body is so good. She's so good as Dawn.
I had a lot of intense stuff going on. A lot of people don't understand it. Pain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Kirsty's got to blab it everywhere because she's...
Kirsty, man.
Mortificent, thank you
It's
for the
like
12
she
months.
thinks I'm so hot. Everybody should just bow down before me. And I'm like, whatever.
She's so superficial. Everything's always about
All right, after
clothes
the
or
bathroom,
who
then
likes
we'll
who, and
do something else.
there's just way more important stuff going on. There's a lot of crucial, you know, stuff.
Yeah.
Well, this one time in history, she had this book called Annals of History, and she didn't know how to say the word annals, so she kept saying...
Done. I have to talk to you.
What? Can't it wait? I'm in the middle of class.
Anna, please come with me.
I thought Mom was picking me up. What's going on? Something's going on.
Let's go outside.
No, tell me what's going on.
It's bad news.
Well, what is it? What happened?
It's bad. Please, can we...
Where's Mom?
Mom had an accident.
Ah!
Or, something went wrong from the tumor.
Is she okay? Is she? But she's okay. But it's serious. But
Dawn.
Buffy is a great show, okay? It's really good. Yeah, in front of the whole class is brutal. That's why she wanted to take her outside. I can't with this ep. It's literally watching my biggest fear play out in the most realistic way I've seen on TV. Yeah, just like the way that the show tackled serious stuff and did so often, like, in a way that it was like a metaphor. Like for instance, Willow, when she starts abusing magic, and how it really was like a metaphor for substance abuse, and it gets really dark, and it's in a way that you just never would have expected from a show about I don't know, a show that also was like very silly and on its surface you would think is just like killing vampires and whatnot, but then I guess I'm like, that is that is insane. A high school girl who's tasked with saving the world, and of course she would have to deal with a lot of shit. It was like a tween show that got deep. Oh yeah. And it's a show that I loved when I was a teenager, and I loved in my 20s, and I still love in my 30s. Yeah, Angel had a character whose body got taken over, and then everyone had to accept this new person, the body of the person that they once loved. Yeah. Yeah. Some real heavy moments in Buffy, but also really awesome moments. Anyway, love how many Buffy fans we have in here. And if you are not a Buffy fan because you have not watched the show, you should watch it. All right. Okay, let's take a look at this letter. Artists for Palestine UK. So it includes members of Artists for Palestine UK include Ken Loach, Riz Ahmed, Mike Lee, who directed the film Hard Truths with Marianne Jean-Baptiste. So these are like, real heavy hitters in the industry. Some really amazing artists that I love. And they have signed an open letter in support of a pulled BBC Gaza documentary and called it Politically Motivated Censorship. So there's a documentary called Gaza: How to Survive a War Zone, and it was removed from BBC's iPlayer last week following the revelation that its narrator's father holds a position in Gaza's Hamas-run government. It is absolutely political censorship. It is bullshit that this got removed. The documentary, which initially aired on BBC 2 on February 17th, features a 14-year-old whose name is Abdullah al-Yazuri, and he is chronicling his daily life in Gaza. So this is a young teenage boy who, like many in Gaza, have nothing but their phones to try and survive a genocide and try and find any bit of joy in their day to day. So this 14-year-old has been chronicling his daily life, and a documentary was made out of it. His father is Dr. Ayman al-Yazuri, who, this is the position that he holds. He is the Deputy Minister of Agriculture. Oh my God, how controversial. He's in charge of agriculture in Gaza, and that is why they pulled the documentary. High-profile signatories include Ken Loach, Mike Lee, Gary Lineker, and Riz Ahmed. The letter was published by Artists for Palestine UK and has more than 450 signatories, including Ruth Nega, Khalid Abdallah, Wad al-Khatib, James Krishna Floyd, Sally El Husseini, Amir El Masri, Ronan Bennett, Charles Dance, Hanif, if you're a Game of Thrones watcher, that is Tywin Lannister, Hanif Qureshi, Miriam Margolis. God love Miriam Margolis. Between her advocacy for Palestine and like telling J.K. Rowling that she's a fucking, twerp. Rebecca O'Brien, Rich Pepiot, Gary Young, and Nitan Swanee. The letter also has 10 anonymous signatories from the BBC. The letter is addressed to BBC Chair Samir Shah, Director General Tim Davie, and Chief Content Officer Charlotte Moore, and characterizes the removal as politically motivated censorship and defends the documentary as an essential piece of journalism, offering an all-too-rare perspective on the lived experiences of Palestinian children living in unimaginable circumstances. The signatories strongly reject the conflation of civil service roles in Gaza with terrorism, calling it both factually incorrect and dehumanizing. The letter specifically addresses Dr. al-Yazuri's position, describing it as a civil service role concerned with food production, and argues that assumptions about Palestinians and administrative positions are rooted in racist tropes. You know what? Actually, I'll just read the letter. Here we go. The letter signatories also include journalists Zoe Williams and Gary Young, senior executives and filmmakers Brian Hill, Rich Pepiot, and Sarah Aga, who presented the BBC documentary series The Holy Land and Us, Our Untold Stories. The letter said, Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone, offers an all-too-rare perspective on the lived experiences of Palestinian children and deserves recognition rather than censorship. The UK film and TV industry will no longer be intimidated by those whose sole mission it is to censor the voices of the many who are defending the rights of children, the marginalized, and those in desperate need. All stories have the right to be told, and journalistic scrutiny should not be at the whim of those who deem certain lives unequal, said letter signatory Nada Issa, an award-winning producer, director, and journalist who is part Palestinian and Lebanese. The BBC has said that the documentary would not be available on iPlayer while additional due diligence checks take place. Sources at the broadcaster have reportedly said the intention was to eventually make the film available to viewers once more. Okay, so here's the letter in full. Dear Samir Shah, Tim Davie, and Charlotte Moore, we are UK-based film and TV professionals and journalists writing in support of the BBC documentary Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone, which aired on February 17th on BBC Two and was subsequently made available on iPlayer. This film is an essential piece of journalism, offering an all-too-rare perspective on the lived experiences of Palestinian children living in unimaginable circumstances, which amplifies voices so often silenced. It deserves recognition, not politically motivated censorship. Racist assumptions and weaponization of identity. A campaign has sought to discredit the documentary using the father of 14-year-old Abdullah al-Yazuri, one of the film's child protagonists. Dr. Ayman al-Yazuri served as Gaza's Deputy Minister of Agriculture, a civil service role concerned with food production. Conflating such governance roles in Gaza with terrorism is both factually incorrect and dehumanizing. This broad-brush rhetoric assumes that Palestinians holding administrative roles are inherently complicit in violence. a racist trope that denies individuals their humanity and right to share their lived experiences. As industry professionals who craft stories for the British public, including for the BBC, we condemn the weaponization of a child's identity and the racist insinuation that Palestinian narratives must be scrutinized through a lens of suspicion. We urge you to reject these tactics, protect vulnerable voices, and reaffirm your commitment to stories that hold power to account. Our screens and our society depend on it. Child safeguarding and ethical standards. The letter of complaint disregard core safeguarding principles by demanding intrusive scrutiny of Abdullah's background. Children must not be held responsible for the actions of adults, and weaponizing family associations to discredit a child's testimony is both unethical and dangerous. The BBC's duty of care to Abdullah and all minors in conflict zones must prioritize their safety, privacy, and dignity. Publishing unverified claims about his family risks exposing him to harassment or harm in direct violation of the BBC's international safeguarding policy. Beneath this political football are children who are in the most dire circumstances of their young lives. This is what must remain at the heart of this discussion. As program makers, we are extremely alarmed by the intervention of partisan political actors on this issue and what this means for the future of broadcasting in this country. The BBC's responsibility. We call on you to reject attempts to have the documentary permanently removed or subjected to undue disavowals. Capitulating to such attempts to block its reinstatement on iPlayer would signal that Palestinian children's stories are only valid if their families pass arbitrary purity tests. Racialized smears against Palestinians outweigh journalistic ethics and public interest. Independent filmmakers can be scapegoated and censored for political purposes. The BBC is ultimately responsible for ensuring that its programming meets editorial and compliance standards. Hold on. Jamie Roberts and Youssef Hamash of Hayo Films are experienced journalistic filmmakers who prioritize the safety of their contributors and production team. Censorship and intimidation. Calls to remove the documentary from iPlayer and social media set a dangerous precedent. As media professionals, we are extremely alarmed by the intervention of political actors, including foreign diplomats, and what this means for the future of broadcasting in this country. If every documentary made in conflict zones were subjected to this level of politicized scrutiny regarding contributors, filmmaking in these areas would become virtually impossible. Silencing a child's first-hand account of survival in Gaza, where over 13,000 children, that number is higher, but that is just, that is the numbers that they're going off that were the last official numbers before the entire health system has collapsed and the, accounting system has collapsed, have been killed since October 2023. It is not about compliance, but about erasing Palestinian suffering. The BBC must resist political pressure aimed at suppressing narratives that humanize Palestinians. A broadcaster cannot allow bad faith attacks to dictate its editorial decisions. Gaza, How to Survive a War Zone is an important, well-executed documentary that license fee payers have the right to watch. The BBC should stand by it with confidence. Yeah, so this line here, the BBC must resist political pressure aimed at suppressing narratives that humanize Palestinians. That's what this is all about. And there have been so many instances of exactly this, right? Remember when Bisson was nominated for an Emmy for her documenting life in Gaza, and a bunch of rich white actresses got so pissed off and tried to cause a big stink about it. And we've just seen this over and over again, where Palestinians are expected to endure genocide without their experiences of enduring said genocide allowed to be shared to the world. That they are supposed to just live under these in these incredibly violent conditions and not get to show their life in those conditions. And it's not even like making any explicit political statement. It's literally just like, here's my day to day. Here's what life is like when, bombs have destroyed much of the city that you live in and have killed like so many people that you know. And she still fucking won. Yes, Bison the legend. It's like no other land having no distribution. Still, it is the leading documentary. It has won so many awards at festivals, awards from the industry, from critics. It is the leading contender for Best Documentary this year, and yet not a single U.S. distributor has picked this film up, and so they have been forced to release it independently. And I think it's important that people push back on this type of political censorship. And there's not enough people who are doing it, especially those who work in journalism, seeing these attacks on journalism, and specifically journalism as it relates to the Palestinians living in Gaza and in the West Bank. Yeah, and look at how many journalists in mainstream media have had their shows canceled and have been deplatformed, have suffered consequences to their careers because they have openly criticized Israel and advocated for the liberation of Palestinians. What these institutions want is for Palestinians to quietly go away and die. Yes, they don't want anything. An institution like the BBC, which has run its fair share of Israeli propaganda, has published plenty of misinformation and disinformation, and yet when it concerns, something like this documentary from a child in Gaza, this is when they choose to take action and go, you know what? We need to do our due diligence, so we're going to pull this documentary. And this part here where they're talking about they are talking about the BBC's responsibility hold on, where is it? Yeah, child safeguarding and ethical standards. The BBC's duty of care to Abdullah and all minors in conflict zones, where they have, not only do they have a duty to allow something like this documentary to exist on their platform, because this is journalism and there is, we have standards and ethics when it comes to journalism, and censoring something because you are scared of the political consequences, because you are capitulating to that political pressure, that is not ethical journalism. And also, this part here where they mention that like publishing these claims about his family is putting this child at risk is another problem, where They are doing propaganda for the state of Israel by saying that anybody who has worked for the government in Gaza, whether or not you are like Abdullah's father, who is a civil servant that worked in agriculture before the Israel's war on Gaza began, you are like painting all of these people as violent terrorists, and therefore justifying that whatever happens to them is acceptable, and that you don't know who is going to act on these false claims, on this insinuation that this family is this family is comprised of terrorists. And I just keep thinking of the little boy in Chicago. The little boy Wadi Al-Fayumi, who was murdered in October of 2023. He lived in a suburb of Chicago, and he and his mother were attacked by I think it was the landlord, 73-year-old Joseph Kazuba. And that story is horrifying for so many reasons. One, because this little 6-year-old boy was murdered and his mother was terribly wounded, but also because Joseph previously had a relationship with this family. He had built Wadi a treehouse. He used to bring him gifts, like they knew each other. And Wadi felt safe and comfortable. So like when he came to their door, Wadi was running towards him, and that's when he stabbed him 26 times. It's fucking horrible. But he had been radicalized in the weeks leading up, really in like the week leading up to that terrible crime that he committed. And he was radicalized by the propaganda that he was consuming. That was, painting all Muslims, all Palestinians as these evil terrorists, as people who know only violence, and if you don't kill them, then they're going to kill you. And it just completely dehumanized this little boy in the eyes of this 73-year-old man who had previously had, who had known this family and had spent time with this family and had a personal relationship with them. And so there is a real serious danger in propaganda, in the way that people who are vulnerable to propaganda and can, it can result in them committing really violent actions. And how, BBC, which is a major institution here, is engaging in that harmful propaganda by removing this documentary and insinuating that this family is not only not deserving of having their experiences living under genocide be shared with the world, but also that they should, depending on who's listening, that something should be done about them because they are connected to violent terrorists. It demonstrates the dehumanization of Palestinians. Yes, and it happens all over the place. Like, the dehumanization of Palestinians is unfortunately very frequent, and it is not just words, because we see these horrible instances when those words lead to really violent actions. By censoring this, they are saying a child's expression of experience of Israel's apartheid and genocide is dangerous terrorism. Right. And the thing is, knowledge is power. And that's why those in power seek to suppress knowledge. They don't want you to see a 14-year-old's day-to-day experience living under genocide and apartheid. They don't want you to empathize with that child, sympathize with that child and see them as a human being. They don't want you to, like, if you have kids of your own, see your own children in that 14-year-old. Or, like, if you have only heard that Palestinians are violent, terrible people, and then seeing this 14-year-old and it contrasting with what you previously thought. Like, they do not want people to have empathy for the Palestinian people. They treat Palestinian children like enemy combatants and Israel IDF as innocent civilian dancers at a festival, speaking specifically about the many members of the crowd who were. Right. Every single Israeli life has meaning and is treated as the individual life that it was, in the way that Palestinians have never been allowed to exist. That it is, people who are people who are very one-sided in supporting Israel and the Israeli people do not hide the fact that they do not see Palestinians as human beings in the way that they treat them in their lives and then also in their deaths, where the death of an Israeli person has all of this weight and deserves, coverage, wall-to-wall coverage in the media and, like, just all of these, all these statements being made by politicians and other people in power. But when it comes to a Palestinian life or tens of thousands of Palestinian lives, they are not at all treated with the same regard. Joe Biden lied and said he saw pics of 40 beheaded babies. It's pretty powerful propaganda. I mean, the thing about propaganda, too, is that, what's the saying? It's like a lie gets halfway around the world before the truth even gets its boots on, where it doesn't matter what the truth is as long as you get out first the narrative that you want to tell. So when we talk about atrocity propaganda, the reason that Israel engages so much in atrocity propaganda is because they use it as justification for the violence that they are committing upon Palestinian people. So it doesn't matter if the atrocity propaganda is later debunked by, like, Israeli media and Israeli officials themselves, as long as that's the first thing that gets out, and because it is always presented in the most awful way, right? They, like, really they really try and be as graphic as possible in the propaganda that they are spreading, because they want it to be visceral, and they want people to be, like, in shock that it's all that they focus on. And it's like, the thing that they'll tell to other people. And most people are not going to do their due diligence in checking sources and going, wait a second, well, is this, like, where is this coming from? Is this even founded? They'll simply hear it and then they will repeat it. And that's the only thing that they will hold on to. So then when, news comes out that another 200 Palestinians in a refugee camp have been bombed to death, well, Israel burned babies in the oven. Like, it's I'm not saying that what's happening to the Palestinians is good, but, like, look at what Look at what Hamas did. So atrocity propaganda is very effective and very powerful, and it doesn't matter that so much of it has been thoroughly debunked by Israeli sources, because what matters is that people believe the first thing that was put forth. This was today in New York. Is this the lit up building? Yeah. So it's the same. It's just a reminder too that there are lives that matter and that there are lives that don't matter. Shining in orange tonight to honor the memories of Shiri, Ariel, and Kafir Bibas, which, like, it's devastating that they are gone, that they are dead. But it's also a reminder that Palestinian lives do not hold any weight. And, and same with Palestine, like before they have died and after they have died. Okay, I also want to look at this. Hollywood Reporter knows exactly what they're doing using a photo of Rami from last year instead of basically anyone else who isn't Muslim or Arab. Very telling that no member of the brigade is named at all either. So this is a piece that was released in the Hollywood Reporter. Jewish Hollywood slams protest pins on Oscars red carpet after the Bibas bodies release. Have you no shame? So first of all, they're using a photo of Rami Youssef, who is Muslim. He is one of the most visible, he's one of the biggest Muslim celebrities in Hollywood. But this is a picture from last year's awards circuit when he was part of the press tour for Poor Things. And it's very telling that the Hollywood Reporter decided to use specifically a picture of Rami, who is Arab and Muslim, for this piece that they ran, even though there are a lot of white celebrities who have been wearing these Artists for Ceasefire pins, including Guy Pearce, who is nominated this year. Guy Pearce, who's in The Brutalist and who has been wearing his ceasefire pin everywhere. And yet they chose to use this picture of Rami. Like, do they not want to go after Billy? Yeah, or Billy, who has also been wearing the ceasefire pin on every awards red carpet. Mark Ruffalo, who's been extremely vocal, who wears his pin everywhere. The Brigade, a group founded by PR studio executives and filmmakers in the wake of the October 7, 2023 Hamas terrorist attack on southern Israel, has issued a strongly worded statement in response to an organized effort by Artists for Ceasefire that asks attendees of the 2025 Academy Awards to wear red hand pins in support of Gaza. So, first of all, I just want to say that the Brigade is a group that has thus far kept its membership secret. People who are a part of the brigade are a part of the brigade, but in secret, versus Artists for Ceasefire and like all of these various Artists for Palestine groups where their membership is known. Like there's no secret of this. Is not some secret group. And I think it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if you're going to be a part of a group that you have named the Brigade, which interesting to use a military term here, as a way to attack anybody who has expressed support for Palestine, you should be brave enough to put your name on it. Shouldn't they be happy to loudly and proudly endorse apartheid and genocide? Well, that's what I'm asking. It's like, hey, why are you doing so? Why are you doing so through this like secretive The Brigade? Here, I'll show you the website. no, that's not it. Sorry. The Brigade, Hollywood. I looked this up earlier, so I know that they have a site. Yeah. The Brigade is a powerful network of impact leaders and influencers in entertainment and media, household talent, publicists, producers, writers, marketers, agents, analysts, lawyers, and artists serving as first responders to the narrative front. Going beyond traditional advocacy, the Brigade is a unique network of influential individuals dedicated to the future of the Jewish people worldwide. Over the past 100 years, Israel has become an expert at the 5 conventional fronts of warfare: land, air, sea, space, and cyber. However, the 6th front, the narrative front, has yet to be covered and is every bit as important. This is where the Brigade steps in. So they are just straight up admitting that their entire goal is to serve as to serve as like an arm of the Israeli government. And their job is to be the narrative front, which means to make sure that the narrative, which thoroughly supports everything that Israel does, is kept strong, that they are engaging in warfare. Operating in Hollywood, operating worldwide. Hollywood, the primary hub of storytelling in the modern world, this network of networks grew to include civic leaders and heads of Jewish organizations. Working together as a task force, Jews and non-Jewish allies commit to safeguarding the well-being of the Jewish people and the Jewish state. They are able to reach mass audiences efficiently through maximized impact and the reduced time to action while aiding Israel and the Jewish people. Let's be real, they are a propaganda arm for the state government. That is what they do. This is not about fighting anti-Semitism, not about making sure that that Jewish people are, not at the receiving end of bigotry that would keep them from, gaining opportunities and employment, etc. This is a propaganda front for the state government, making sure that whatever the government says, that they disseminate that, and they serve as propaganda for the government. This description even sounds like a military mission statement. Yes, they have named themselves the Brigade. Okay, so let's take a look at what this is. So the Artists for Ceasefire letter was sent on February 20th, coinciding with the release of the bodies of the youngest hostages taken from their homes, Kfir and Ariel Bibas, 10 months and 4 at the time of their abduction and subsequent murder at the hands of their captors per Israeli medical authorities. Here's the full letter. To the Red Hand supporters, we turned the other cheek when you pinned a symbol of Jewish murder to your ward lapels. This is a lie, okay? Jewish murder? Let me tell you what the ceasefire pin is. So, the red background is to signal urgency. Urgency of the situation in Gaza. Urgency of, hey, like grabbing your attention. That is what the color red is for. The orange hand represents people of all backgrounds coming together in this very urgently moral moment. And the black heart is supposed to represent like peace and love and, being a part of, being an advocate for those things. So that is how this pin came to be. And it is absolutely not a symbol of Jewish murder. We took the high road when you cried for a ceasefire that already existed before Hamas shattered it on October 7th. This is another lie. Literally, go look up any reporting prior to October 7th. Like, there was an article in The Guardian a couple days before October 7th about Palestinians who had been murdered by IDF soldiers. Okay, like, we know that there was no ceasefire that was broken by Hamas on October 7th. Yeah, the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank was 2023, prior to October 7th. We know that Israel has occupied militarily Palestinian territories for decades. Like, this is not a secret. This is well reported on. Every major human rights international organization has reported on the apartheid, the illegal occupation. So no, just by those things existing, there was not a ceasefire. But today we will not be silent. That pin is no symbol of peace. It is the emblem of Jewish bloodshed. In 2000, Palestinian terrorists in Ramallah lynched 2 innocent Israelis. They were IDF soldiers, FYI. Ripped them apart limb by limb and held up their blood-soaked hands to a cheering mob. That infamous image is now your ceasefire badge. No, it is not. The hand that is on the ceasefire badge is orange. As I explained, it is the color orange, symbolizing everybody who has come together, no matter your background, no matter who you are, to advocate for a ceasefire, to advocate for peace and freedom. But also, this is absolutely a bastardized retelling of what happened in 2000. And on the very day it was discovered that the Bibas babies, innocent Jewish children, were strangled to death. Notice how they keep using the word innocent too, to hammer in that, like, Palestinians are not innocent, but Israelis are innocent. Innocent Jewish children, and of course the Bibas babies, like, these are innocent children, just like those in Palestine. They were strangled to death by the terrorists' bare hands. This is also not information that has been founded like this. Anyway, you asked Hollywood to wear it with pride. Is this ignorance or is this deliberate, calculated malice? It is not peace. You claim to see humanity on both sides, yet you ignore the facts surrounding the historic, barbaric October 7th terror attack on Israel, push your anti-Israel narrative even after Israel agreed to ceasefires with Hamas and Hezbollah, refused to condemn Hamas's grotesque, sadistic ceasefire tactics. Okay. Did you speak up when Hamas returned hostages on the brink of death, frail, bruised, and starved? Executed Israeli captives after a ceasefire was reached, traded mutilated corpses while laughing in the faces of grieving families? Actors, actresses, filmmakers, and people of our Hollywood community, read this before you wear that pin again. Would you proudly wear the emblem of a lynching? Would you parade the symbol of people who strangled babies with their bare hands? Because this is what the red hand represents. To those who wore it without knowing, now you know. To those who knew and wore it anyway, we see you and we will not be silent. Members of the brigade. All right, why don't you all tell us who's in this brigade? Why are you being so secretive about it? If you're over here being like, we see you, we won't be silent, we're standing up, like, why is it that artists for ceasefire are putting their names and faces out there, advocating for a ceasefire, but you guys who have branded yourself with a military term, the brigade, which is, conjuring up images of warfare, that you're hiding behind this? And, the other thing, too, is like, man, wouldn't it be nice if one time the Hollywood Reporter or any outlet who reported on something like this actually did a little bit of journalistic due diligence, actually did some fact checking, right? Like, included in reporting on something like this, that these are factually distorted, incorrect statements. Like, they don't even include in this piece what the artists for Ceasefire have said that the pin symbolizes, like what each element of the pin is. So if you're reading this, you're like, oh my God, that pin symbolizes Palestinians murdering Israelis, murdering Jewish people? Not only would it be the right thing to do, it would be profitable. Look at Teen Vogue's renaissance when they started doing occasional actual journalism. Yeah, it's like, is it too much to ask? Also, where's the smoke for Israel who turned down Hamas' offer to give their bodies back in 2023? Well, that's what I mean, right? Like, it would be great and a little bit of that journalist's due diligence that I was talking about to include that information which has been reported on that we know to be true. Israel made an AI image of the Bibas children and ignored a cease and desist from the family. Yeah, or the fact that like the Bibas family has said publicly, has banned the government officials from like going to the funeral, from using them as state propaganda. Anyway, this is wild. I just if you know, you know, and I hope that people can really see through this and do just a little bit of research themselves to understand why this entire thing is just filled with propaganda. But I don't know. I mean, I hope that we don't see celebrities who have been cowed by this and therefore are not wearing their pins on the red carpet. It's like it's a pin for peace. My God. And the response here from this fucking brigade group about a pin that symbolizes people coming together in a very morally urgent time to advocate for an end to the bloodshed. Israel has lied to families of other hostages about them being killed by Hamas due automatically believing Israel's irresponsible journalism. Yeah, it's... If you cannot see how propaganda is used by the government and disseminated by allies to that government as a way to justify the horrific numbers of dead in Palestine and those who are still dying and the continued oppression of the Palestinian people, then you need to do some work here, because it is very clear. Like that is the reason why propaganda is used this way. It's because they want to continue to do this, but they need to be able to justify it to the public. And so they utilize their various propaganda machines, whether it is the mainstream media or it is influencers, or it is AI systems that are just all over the place on platforms like Twitter. And they spread that propaganda further so that it it hides, it overshadows the brutality of what they are doing to the Palestinian people and have been doing for a long time. And the thing too is that every time you have like an Artists for Ceasefire group or, you know, Artists for Palestine, blah, 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 they always acknowledge the Israelis who died on October 7th. Like, that is always a part of like every letter that has been signed to advocate for a ceasefire, to advocate for like journalistic integrity, et cetera, et cetera. And yet on the opposite side, with these groups like the Brigade, they do not give a fuck about Palestinians. They do not care if every single Palestinian was wiped off the planet. In fact, some of them probably hope that is the case. And it's why they'll never acknowledge the brutality that the Palestinian people have endured. The media never talking about the Palestinian hostage's body released in a bad state. Yeah. I don't know. It's mind-numbingly frustrating, and it's like, okay, we can how can people still not see that Israelis are treated differently than Palestinians by so much of the media, by our government, and Palestinians being returned in body bags, just dumped off a truck? That's totally acceptable because they don't matter. Because they're not individuals who had lives, who had families, who had hopes and dreams, who, you know, loved things like ice cream and riding their bikes and going to the sea in the summertime. Like, no, none of that. These are not people. And so putting them into body bags all mixed up is acceptable. And then the outrage, though, the outrage over the loss of an Israeli life, where, you know, it's like we can say that Israeli hostages dying is horrible, and also acknowledging that a lot of hostages died because of their own government bombing the ever-loving hell out of Gaza, demonstrating repeatedly that they did not care about the hostages. So that the hostages' families themselves had to take it upon themselves to try and have their family members released. That they were, you know, protesting their own government because their government said, yeah, we don't care about the hostages. That's not part of our military goals here. And yet there is like by, you know, these Zionist groups that are screaming about ceasefire pins, they will never acknowledge Palestinians as human beings. It's like, okay, we acknowledge Israeli people as human beings, and yet you won't even do the same for Palestinians. And you know, just the sheer number of Palestinians who have died, like, that does nothing. That they believe that an IDF soldier who is illegally part of the illegal occupation in Palestinian territory, that person's life is more valuable than the Palestinians who they are terrorizing on a daily basis. There's Palestinian babies freezing to death currently, but they're not Israeli, so we don't get the Empire State Building lit up for them. Right. And if you say that, people will be like, oh, so you don't care about Israeli babies? It's like, no. But what we're pointing out is that you don't care about the thousands of dead Palestinian babies. You don't care about the Palestinian babies, the premature babies who, when those photos came out, were horrifying. When the power had been destroyed because the hospital had been destroyed and all these preemie babies died, or like in the last 2 weeks that 6 babies in Gaza have frozen to death. You don't care about those babies. Bill Boneless, thank you for the raid. All right. Well, those are my 2 things that I have as far as Hollywood goes. with Israel and Palestine, and I am sure that if and when No Other Land wins Best Documentary, that we're going to have some of the most obnoxious propaganda think pieces in these various media outlets talking about how anti-Semitic it is that No Other Land won Best Documentary. Thanks for covering this article. You know, I am well aware that there are a lot of power players in Hollywood that are supporters of Israel, and that that will, I look at people who have a lot more power than me, who have supported Palestine and the repercussions they have faced. And it's like, I am not really in the entertainment industry anymore, but it doesn't matter, even if I was or even if I wasn't, that there's still such an obstacle in it's like so hard to succeed in the entertainment industry anyway. And then if you dare to criticize the Israeli government and call out their actions for what they are, then, well, you're making it even harder. Was this the movie Deborah Messing was being insane about? No, Deborah Messing was being insane about Bison's documentary. Yeah, Melissa Barrera, please return Caroline's calls. Please. Please, Susan Sarandon, please. Is it true that Gal Gadot is presenting the Best Documentary Award? No, that is not confirmed. Gal Gadot is presenting at the Oscars, but we don't know what she's presenting. Holy fuck, the Zone of Interest Oscar discourse is already a year ago. Yeah, and remember what was said about Jonathan Glazer? A Jewish man who made one of the most important films about about evil, and in the setting of the Holocaust, showing us like how people can live next door to one of the most inhumane things happening, like in their backyard. Maple Takes, thank you for the raid. Yeah, a man whose family died in the Holocaust and who studied the Holocaust and is a person who knows better than those who were angrily writing about him and saying that he was a self-hating Jew. He would know better than them in making that parallel and the comparison between Palestine and the Holocaust. I think this article is relevant to the discussion we're having in case you haven't read it on screen. Let me see. Backlash or blacklist? Hollywood's pro-Gaza protesters feel the heat. In whisper campaigns and puzzling career reversals, pro-Palestinian actors say that they're being punished for speaking out. During her viral acceptance speech for the Screen Actors Guild's Lifetime Achievement Award on Sunday, Jane Fonda looked back to the start of her career and said, "I made my first movie in 1958. It was at the tail end of McCarthyism when so many careers were destroyed. Today, it's helpful to remember, though, that Hollywood resisted." Sadly, McCarthyism has become relevant again in Hollywood over the last year. In my lifetime, I haven't seen anything like this, says actress Poppy Liu. Best known for her role as Kiki on HBO's Hacks, she's also a vocal critic of the war in Gaza. Liu has spoken at the Palestine Festival of Literature as well as last year's Oscar night rally for Gaza on Hollywood Boulevard, and currently coordinates fundraising for 3 displaced families in Gaza. I think people, and every time, like, on the one hand, you don't want to put too much focus on, the McCarthyism that is happening in Hollywood in regards to those who speak out for Palestine, because you don't want to scare off others. Like, there is strength in numbers, and the tide needs to keep turning. But on the other hand, it does need to be called out. It does need to be identified. I think people keep saying McCarthyism because that's the closest example where a political stance is causing people to have professional repercussions. Lou and I are talking about the backlash pro-Palestinian activists in Hollywood have faced in the 18 months since the Israel-Hamas war began. There's so many scare tactics, she says. People are self-censoring because they aren't aware of what the repercussions are. And you never know who is a supporter of Israel, who's going to try and cause harm to your career because you have criticized Israel. You don't know. A casting director, a fellow actor, a screenwriter, a producer, you don't know who it is that has the ability to block you from opportunities in the industry. And that's the tough thing too. That's why I'm look, if you're a member of the brigade, put your name out there loud and proud. Loud and proud. If this is something that you feel so passionately about to the point that you want to ruin people's lives for criticizing Israel and for supporting Palestinian freedom, then put your name on it. Otherwise, I can't. I know so many friends in the industry that are I can't be visibly pro-Pal. Otherwise, I don't think I'm going to work again. As Lou points out, McCarthyism is the closest forerunner to what the industry is seeing now. For most, the Hollywood blacklist of the 40s and 50s means grainy black and white clips of the House Un-American Activities Committee asking indignant studio-era screenwriters like Dalton Trumbo, "Are you now or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party of the United States?" It's U.S. Capitol Police physically removing writer John Howard Lawson for loudly denouncing the committee instead of answering that question. It's TCM heartthrob Robert Taylor, a.k.a. Mr. Barbara Stanwyck, getting raucous applause from the spectators for saying of his leftist colleagues in Hollywood, "If I had my way about it, they'd all be sent back to Russia or some other unpleasant place." An ugly Cold War relic, the blacklist was the result of craven collusion between the major film studios and HUAC to ban leftist actors, writers, and directors, or simply suspected leftists, from working. It would be nice to blame Republicans, but loyalty oaths first began under the Truman White House, and control of Congress changed hands repeatedly in those years. In Los Angeles, it began in 1946 with the Hollywood Reporter editor Billy Wilkerson publishing names of suspected or self-proclaimed Reds and communists. Nicknamed Billy's Blacklist, it supplied a handy target list for ambitious red baiters on Capitol Hill who used it to build their own. The blacklisters hounded some openly, grandstanding for newsreel cameras and radio mics, and grilled others behind closed doors. It's a moment of such shameless moral cowardice that many believed it could never happen again. And yet, in this post-shameless Trump 2.0 America of ours, lists and whisper campaigns are back. With work drying up and clients being dropped, it's understood by many that to speak out means to end your career. While we're definitely not at the level of the agreed-upon industry-government collusion of the 40s, the clear signs that began it are here. This time to silence pro-Palestinian voices in the entertainment industry, the university, and elsewhere. Let's not forget who was head of SAG-AFTRA back in that day and how he was also crucial to McCarthyism. Oh, yeah. Ronald Reagan. A lot of people are uncomfortable speaking publicly, says actor Amin El Gamal. El Gamal, seen in shows like Good Trouble, Prison Break, and the indie movie Breaking Fast, also chairs SAG-AFTRA's Committee on Middle Eastern and North African members and co-organized the the SAG-AFTRA and Sister Guild members for ceasefire petition. That petition sounded the alarm about a new McCarthyist repression in the industry to deny work to pro-Palestinian artists. It can be tricky to document this because you almost never really know why you don't get a job in our industry, says El Gamal. Yes, this is what's hard, right? Is that there's a million reasons that you don't get a job in Hollywood. They wanted to hire their niece for the role. Oh, you look like their ex-wife and you look like the producer's ex-wife, and so he was triggered and you can't get the job. You're Carla Sofia Gascon and you tweeted a bunch of racist shit. Like, there's so many reasons, and most of the time it's really hard to know why you won't know why you don't get the job. The entertainment industry is famously very brutal. It is very competitive. There's a lot of people and not a lot of work to go around. So something like pro-Palestinian advocacy and activism is going to add an additional obstacle. And it's unfortunate because it's so hard to succeed in Hollywood already. It's making it so that people are scared to speak out because of that already existent difficulty. And similarly in streaming, I know, even though I can't know for sure, but I have a pretty good feeling, and there are things that I have learned that can kind of clue me into like why I have been passed over for opportunities, why I have lost opportunities, and it is because of my advocacy for Palestine. So I'm not currently active in the entertainment industry, but just, being in the content creator industry, I know that this has hurt opportunities for me. And I'm also aware that if I were to go back into the entertainment industry, that I would probably lose out on jobs because of my advocacy for Palestine, because of my criticism of Israel. It's not just Hollywood. An author you've talked about before, Ziron J. Zhao. Oh yeah, I follow them on Twitter. Literally had their second book basically held hostage for months by their editor for being vocally pro-Palestinian online. Yes, I have seen her talking about that. Given the blacklist... Oh wait, no, I skipped. A lot of people are uncomfortable speaking publicly. Nope, I already read that. Anti-Palestinian decision makers intentionally hide behind this ambiguity. Plus, things have been slow post-strike, so it can be hard to say what's what. El Gamal was referring to the overlapping strikes mounted by SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild. Given the blacklist, toxic history, and sympathy for Palestine among many A-listers, nobody in Hollywood wants to be seen reprising it, but that doesn't mean that they don't want to do it. I don't know what phase we're in right now, says Lou, but it feels like it was phase 2, at least of the pro-Palestine repercussions. When Susan Sarandon was dropped from United Talent Agency, that was really public. When Melissa Barrera was dropped from Scream, that was really public. Now, however, Lou says the repercussions are more covert, and this is bad, right? Like, it's bad. Because at least when Susan and Melissa got dropped, we, the public, were made aware of it. And we could make our decisions whether or not to support the individuals or groups that were responsible for dropping these actors because of their advocacy for Palestine. You can decide, like, you know what? Fuck Scream. Not going to go watch Scream. because they fired Melissa Barrera. Timur, thank you for the 2 months. Was Carla dropped? I don't think Carla really has a team anymore. I don't know who her team was. I don't remember seeing anything like Carla Sofia Gascon dropped by WME. I don't know if she was necessarily represented by one of the big agencies in town. Genuinely, you're such an incredible role model, even though I'm not that much younger than you. Caroline, seeing you stand by your values consistently is very moving and touching. Thank you, UB. Yeah, so it's not great that that this is more secretive now, that it's more covert, that if someone is being dropped from an agency or from a role because they were pro-Palestinian, then it's, you know, it's not great when it's happening behind closed doors. Like, it's not great regardless, but especially now, you know, happening behind closed doors where there can't even be public outrage or like the public responding to it and thereby being able to apply some type of pressure. Kendrick Sampson, who co-starred in HBO's Insecure and plays Quincy Jones in Antoine Fuqua's upcoming Michael Jackson biopic, has a similar sense of this murky moment. He's also amazing. Shouts out to Kendrick Sampson, who just seems like a super rad person. As a co-founder and the president of the racial justice nonprofit BLD PWR, he has long been an industry activist in LA and his hometown of Houston. In 2020, his Instagram followers and CNN viewers saw him hit with LAPD rubber bullets on a live stream during the George Floyd protests, and he has challenged industry leaders on racist imagery and stories and to divest from the police. It's a very tricky circumstance right now, he says, because there's the excuse of Hollywood corporations offering so little work. The assumption would be that I and other people who are speaking out who have larger platforms and longer resumes would be on a shorter list of people available for the few projects that are out and would be working somewhat. And I'm not saying that everybody's not struggling, but some of it lends itself to the possibility of blacklisting. Bassem Youssef said he lost a role in Superman because of his advocacy, and James Gunn gave him a very apologetic personal call after the fact to discuss how it wasn't related to that, but because they're taking a different direction in the script. So it's hard to call out because they can make up any reason. Right. And there are a million reasons why somebody is cut from a film or loses out, but like, it is hard to it's hard to ignore, or like, I don't think it's good to like brush over when that same person is well known for publicly advocating for Palestine. Even if you're not sure, I'd suggest reporting it to Palestine Legal, Great Advocacy, or yeah, they're great, who can document and provide great advice. Yeah. It's like the Palestinian actress who was totally cut out of Gladiator, where it's like, okay, this happens where characters are like full on cut out of a film, and it sucks for them. It's really unfortunate. But it was just like a weird situation where it went from like, okay, this Palestinian actress is going to have a major role in the film, to, okay, she's going to have a minor role in the film, to like, okay, she's just not in the film at all. And because of the hostility, the current hostility around anybody who is Palestinian or advocates for Palestine, it is hard to act as if that has nothing to do with what happened to them. It's definitely suspect. May Calamaway. She was supposed to have a major role, which made it crazier. That possibility looks more and more like reality in view of the last year of backlash in Hollywood and political action in D.C. designed to silence pro-Palestinian speech. Congress held HUAC-style show trials targeting college presidents. Trump threatened to revoke student visas and deport pro-Palestinian protesters, and then announced his plan to ethnically cleanse Gaza and turn it into the Riviera of the Middle East. The original Hollywood blacklist began in a similar climate of state-sanctioned backlash, and without Washington's help, Billy's blacklist formed the basis for a sweeping set of subpoenas in 1946 to coerce testimony about leftists in the film industry. HUAC cited a group of mainly writers who refused to comply, known later as the Hollywood 10, I have covered this before on stream, with contempt of Congress. Within days, Hollywood's top executives meeting at the Waldorf Hotel in New York distanced the industry from the 10 by issuing the Waldorf Statement. Signed by Louis B. Mayer, Daryl Zanuck, and Jack Warner, among others, and co-signed by the group's advisor, James F. Burns, President Truman's former Secretary of State, it flatly stated, "We will not knowingly employ a communist or a member of any party or group which advocates the overthrow of the government of the United States by force or by any illegal or unconstitutional methods. To this end, we will invite the Hollywood talent guilds to work with us to eliminate any subversives." Have we seen the AI video? No, I've seen people mentioning that, but I have not seen the AI video yet. Goaded on by a red-baiting press's Go Get 'em headlines and the film industry's total capitulation, HUAC continued its hearings for years and made itself the only way for those accused of far-left politics to clear their names and go back to work. The price, however, was steep. In order to revive their careers, the accused had to publicly renounce their beliefs and cooperate with HUAC by naming other leftists. Sooner or later, everyone from Lucille Ball and Gary Cooper to Sterling Hayden and Elia Kazan testified. HUAC exponentially expanded Billy's blacklist. HUAC's list, never published or clearly defined, kept hundreds from working. It also ensured that movies stayed silent on vital social issues. The civil rights and labor movements enjoyed a post-war boom of progress. You could read about it in the papers, but you'd hardly ever know it from 1950s movie screens. The Cold War right scored its biggest culture war win. It silenced Hollywood's progressive left from late 1947 into the 1960s. I was watching the She Believes Cup and back. Glad to see this being covered. I'm a member of Entertainment Labor for Palestine, SAG for ceasefire, and it's rough right now. Yeah. Yes. And that's why, like, any person in Hollywood, especially ones with a pretty big spotlight, who have advocated for Palestine, I always call attention to, and I'm like, you know what? Let's try and support these people's careers, right? If you can publicly support them, if you make sure that you try and support their work, because it's the only way that you can fight back against the censorship, against the blacklisting, making it so that the environment is less and less hostile to people speaking out against something like genocide and apartheid. At one union event, El Gamal recalls, "So many people came up to me and they were like, this company was firing people for this. And there was either a spoken or unspoken rule that you couldn't post or talk about the genocide. And I was like, okay, can you share more info? And then they would just freeze. Their fear of retaliation is so strong. I think the fact that so many people express support behind closed doors but are afraid to speak up demonstrates the level of repression." Yeah. The silence is understandable. And you know what? The thing is, too, is like, as somebody who has been through the grinder because of the things that I have publicly said, I do get it. I get it, because there is no sugarcoating the reality of what happens when you speak out against something that our government and our media and, our institutions and our, all the powers that be are, like, that you are challenging all of that. I can't sugarcoat it and be like, no, it's totally fine. Don't even worry about it. And the truth is that we've seen enough examples of how people have been severely punished and how they have had their names run through. Ta-Nehisi Coates, he was a liberal darling. He was like in those elite circles. And then he wrote The Message. And then he went on, he went on a media tour talking about his book and just dealing with an extraordinary amount of backlash. Like, this is a guy who was once Obama's favorite writer who, Barack Obama will probably never associate with. So we've seen what happens to people who are these media darlings. It's totally understandable. I know someone who works in showbiz who had to make an alt account to post the truth about Palestine. Yeah, and I don't know. For me, it's kind of like, all right, cat's out the bag, right? Like it's been a year and a half, and I have, like, there's no going back. There's no going back. Like, I started speaking out on October 7th, like the day that October 7th happened. And there were no other streamers live. So, like, it was at that moment on that day, it was just me. And that has had no go back. That has had lasting consequences. But it is what it is, I made that decision. And you can't look back. And it's been great. It's been encouraging to see since then how many people have joined the fight, right? And I want to, like, of course, I of course want to give praise and credit to those who have been fighting this fight for a long time, longer than I have. And like Hassan in particular as a streamer, and before that working at the Young Turks, and being a guy who has advocated for Palestine in the digital media space for a decade. I found out about the attack on your stream. I literally stepped in and didn't check the news and opened your stream. Yeah. The only thing I wish if I could go back, even though no go back, I would just say, like, to prepare myself more for the onslaught of hate and the way that a lot has been twisted about me. But that's something that, like, you only know in retrospect, right? You only know after the fact of, oh yeah, I guess I should have seen how that would have been the result. You are strong as fuck, and it's the kind of historically and factually correct move that it better makes swaths of internet assholes respect you further by default. And the thing about Hassan too is, like, I don't care. I'm not like, you have to like Hassan, whatever. I'm not saying, like, you have to like me either, okay? But I think as, like, far as the grifter and other labels go that he's been slapped with, just by the fact that he has been an advocate for Palestine for as long as he has been, before October 7th and after October 7th, like, people who do not do this, who are not public figures advocating for the Palestinian cause, will never understand the insanity of saying something like, associating someone with being a grifter who has advocated for the Palestinian cause for years. It's like insane just by the fact that we have never lived at a time where there are not repercussions in advocating for Palestine. even now at a time when like public sentiment, you know, the public attitudes towards Israel and Palestine has never been as strong in the amount of support for Palestine. It is still like, and just like grifting to the left, you know, broadly, just the idea that a leftist grift exists is pretty funny. I saw someone comment under your Michelle Trachtenberg Twitter post calling you a grifter. Under that post, people are out of their minds. That person never saw Ice Princess, okay? That person doesn't know the magic of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. So, anywho, you know, obviously, like, October 7th really changed things for good and for bad in Palestinian advocacy, and that there's more people now because Israel is been committing a genocide, and so blatantly and brazenly. But on the other hand, because of the violence of October 7th, the number of people, you know, the number of Israelis who died, like, it made it more dangerous for those who advocate in a way that, like, prior to October 7th, talking about Palestine, you know, less people were doing so, but it was not, it was not met with the claims as much of like supporting the fact that 1,200 Israelis died on October 7th. More people are aware of the brutality of Israel, but it also made pushback more violent. Yes, and because of the events of October 7th. So, anyhow. What was I saying? The silence is understandable. People's careers are at stake. On Capitol Hill, it's 1947 again. In early 2024, the House Committee on Education and the Workforce staged a camera-ready HUAC revival to shut down campus dissent. Under the agitprop title, Holding Campus Leaders Accountable and Confronting Anti-Semitism, MAGA Republicans presented themselves straight-faced as crusaders against anti-Semitism, minus their own talking points, caucus members, and dinner guests, of course. Just as with HUAC's inquisitions, the hearings resulted in headlines, high-profile firings, and institutional collusion within the private sector. Speaking of Hassan, last October, New York Democratic Representative Richie Torres crossed the line to entertainers, going after popular streamer Hassan Biker, whose show mixes gaming all right, this piece in The Nation is officially disqualified. They did not do their journalistic due diligence. Whose show mixes gaming and satirical political commentary for 8 to 9 hours a day. In a campaign season publicity stunt to woo pro-Israel voters, Torres sent letters to Twitch and Amazon to stop popularizing Piker for his amplification of anti-Semitism. The gambit endeared Torres to donors, but in an era of free speech repression and ideological retribution, there's little difference between publicity stunts and witch hunts. It took him 3 streams to finish Kingdom Come tutorial. My God, I am saying this though because I'm high off of having finished Minecraft. I'm like, another game in the bag. To be sure, silencing pro-Palestinian sentiment in Hollywood hasn't required any outside encouragement from Congress or the political press. Yeah. The October 7th attack happened as SAG-AFTRA entered the closing weeks of its strike against AMPAS, the Association of Producers and Studio Bosses. Actors felt its impact immediately. SAG-AFTRA suspended picket lines. Oh my God, I remember that like... Yeah, that the strike was still going on, citing an abundance of anti-terrorist caution. Oh my God, I forgot that picket lines were suspended because they thought there were going to be terrorist attacks, like subsequent terrorist attacks. So for safety reasons, the picket lines were suspended. On October 13th, SAG-AFTRA released a one-sided statement on the Hamas-Israel war, which opened, SAG-AFTRA deplores and condemns the horrific acts of aggression against the Israeli people on October 7th, but offered no show of compassion for Palestinian civilians whose deaths had already reached into the thousands. Yeah, that's my fucking union. We did not make a decision as a union to release that statement. That was union leadership. Fran Drescher, who is the president of SAG-AFTRA, who is a Zionist, and we had no choice in the language that was used in the official SAG-AFTRA statement. We were told that they suspended picketing in fear of retaliation around the October attack. Yeah, you know how Hamas was going to go after actors in Hollywood who were on strike? When we should have been escalating the fight against the studios, says Sampson, who now looks back and wonders, should I make any association with suppression? Like, how fucking stupid is this? How stupid is this? That October 7th, SAG-AFTRA looked at that and were like, oh, the actors are next. We have to cancel this picket line as we're in the midst of fighting against these studios. That is so stupid. And also, like, how centering of ourselves is that? The union's show of sympathy for only Israeli victims has yet to be corrected, and it left many guild members determined to draw attention to the plight of Palestinians without an institutional voice. Yes, that was the problem, is people weren't being like, don't have any sympathy for the Israelis who died. What people were saying was, why is there no mention of Palestinians? Why are once again Palestinians being left out of the conversation here? El Gamal worked internally to get SAG-AFTRA to issue a revised statement, then publicly as a co-organizer of the SAG-AFTRA and sister unions for a ceasefire petition. That petition also pushed to defend its members against McCarthyite tactics of intimidation and blacklisting. A SAG-AFTRA officer reassured El Gamal that the union stood firm against blacklisting, but one can't help but wonder how SAG plans to do that. Really? Because they didn't defend Melissa Barrera. Blacklisters aren't holding open hearings, and fear of retribution can quickly subdue the desire to speak out. Wasn't the strike that happened in the fall the game voice actor strike? Why was SAG pulling out? No. This was fall of 2023. El Gamal says he now hears of producers and production companies with Excel documents and WhatsApp groups with prominent casting directors, sharing lists of people who they see speaking out. This is McCarthyism. Passing around lists of people who have spoken out against the Israeli government as a way to blacklist them. I heard at one point that there was talk of building an app just to collect names of people who express sympathy with Palestinians on social media. Jesus. I'm probably on it. I mean, I'm probably on this too. Still, even though I'm like not a big name in Hollywood or anything, like if they're just pulling names. Still, he says that the same general pattern holds whenever he has pressed people for more information. Details become scarce and a chilling silence sets in. That's why I appreciate someone like Jenna Ortega speaking out, because she's so big right now. Like, what the fuck are all these freaks going to do about it? Yeah. I mean, on the one hand, it's like, okay, maybe you're too big to get blacklisted. But on the other hand, it's like Susan Sarandon, she's a legend. Like, that's Oscar-winning Susan Sarandon. And yet she was dropped by UTA like that. Can I get the list, but for the reverse reason? Yeah. Can I know who's on that list, but for my own purposes that don't involve blacklisting them? Pro-Palestinian advocates like Poppy, you know what? I seriously though, I because I'm not because I don't work in Hollywood anymore, and because I was never at a point in my career where I was like noteworthy, I have so much fucking respect for people in Hollywood, for actors in Hollywood, for writers and directors who have like, who are either famous or who have had some success. You know, maybe they've had a recurring role on a popular TV show, or like they're starting to finally break through. I have so much damn respect because I know what a massive risk you are taking. And I know how hard it is to succeed in Hollywood. It is so hard. And it's like, it's your dream, right? It's your passion. It's something that you work at for years. Unless you're like, you know, a Nepo baby and you don't have connection. Unless you're a Nepo baby, most people don't have connections. Most people, you know, they have to toil away, making contacts, you know, working multiple jobs, doing auditions, getting turned down, trying to afford their rent, getting hired, you know, booking a job, but then like 6 months goes by. It is such a long road. It is filled with many more heartaches and heartbreaks than good times. And so advocating for a cause that is sure to put a target on your back in an industry that is already so goddamn subjective, with so many obstacles in the way of your success, is something to admire. You ever see Vanessa Redgrave? Oh yeah, I've played that speech before. Yeah, they were threatening to kill her. You were in Chicago PD? That's true. I was. Remember how they would have vans with a screen showing images of college students who were pro-Palestinian? Yeah, they would drive these vans around, doxing these students. As time went on, it became more evident in popular culture and just mass consciousness of what was happening in Gaza. As people were educating themselves, the repercussions became much more covert, Lou says. And in this next phase, they won't name that is what it is. Lou cites her own experience over the last year and hears similar stories from friends who feel beset by a backlash that won't come out in the open. As she's announced on her Instagram account, a negotiated job offer with set terms vanished at the last moment. In a highly unprecedented and unprofessional move, I just had a job offer for a TV show with a 6-year contract. Oh my God. Suddenly retracted yesterday with no real explanation, and I'm almost certain it's because I've spoken out against the genocide of Palestinians. 6-year contract. This is Poppy Lou. Man, and also like the fact that she's Chinese American, you know, that she's Asian, and like that's just another obstacle of like, you know, how the challenges that people of color have had in an industry that historically has shut its doors to them, and like, anyway, she's rad. That is terrible. That's terrible that she has most likely suffered repercussions for her advocacy, but she's a rad person. She was in Dogman. Oh, yes. The industry is pretty Zionist, Lou says, but it's also small and everyone talks. I don't want to reveal stories of friends of mine, but as I was looking into stuff, I knew that one agent had let go of 2 of my personal friends very suddenly. Objectively, these 2 people are very much rising stars at the top of their career and were suddenly dropped from their agency. That does not happen, by the way. Even though, as I said, a lot of things happen in Hollywood and they can happen for any reason, Two people who are rising, who are at the top of their careers, do not suddenly just get dropped. Unless they like committed a murder. But even in that case, I don't know. And their agents just weren't able to even come up with a reason. They were like, we just don't feel we're the right fit suddenly. We feel like we can't get people interested in you. That too is a throwback to the 1950s. Russian emigre director Louis Milestone recalled that back then, even though HUAC canceled his interview and never declared him unfriendly, his career dried up. The mere association landed him on something worse, a gray list, which was bad enough. It took a long, long time to get rid of it. You had adversaries, you see, but you never knew who they were, so you couldn't face them. You couldn't put your finger on it. You couldn't accuse anybody because they were all looking out the window. Everybody was innocent. That's when I went to Europe. I left in 1950, and I didn't come back until the middle of 1955. Will they be able to come out and say they've been dropped for no reason? Yeah, I mean, you can. It's one of those things where, like, you also further risk hurting your career by saying, like, this happened to me and putting the agency or the producers on blast. For Kendrick Sampson, also, this is Kendrick Sampson, for those who don't know, for those who are not Insecure watchers. If you watch Vampire Diaries, How to Get Away with Murder, The Flash, Insecure, that's him. For Kendrick Sampson, the attempt to silence him was a far more overt throwback to the tactics of the 1940s. It even resulted in an actual list. On October 17th, 2023, Sampson posted a series of images to his Instagram page, beginning with a Slow Factory repost that called the bombing of the Ayali Baptist Hospital genocide. At the time, At the time, Sampson had an association with Ashley Margolis. Oh, remember this? Ashley Margolis, founder of the A-List, an organization that Variety describes as the forefront of brand integration with celebrities. We covered this when it happened. As Margolis describes her business, our agency specializes in the juxtaposition of influence and authenticity. We create and nurture relationships between brands and influencers. That is, they hope to give high-end brands like Armani Exchange or Veuve Clicquot a currency outside of Bond movies and Mar-a-Lago brunches by getting celebrities with street cred to use them in public, i.e., people like Kendrick Sampson. Sampson's politics meshed with hers to a point, but things got a little too authentic for Margolis when Sampson recirculated the Slow Factory post. As an influential pro-Israel activist, Margolis coordinated celebrities wearing yellow Bring Them Home hostage awareness ribbons to the 2024 Golden Globes. Sampson got an email from her that day. Kendrick, this is misinformation that has to come down ASAP. That bomb was a misfire from Hamas. Please, please, please check your facts because it's very, very dangerous. Remember that this is the company that sent out an email to their employees that was basically like, we will not be working with anybody who is like not supporting Israel. That they had sent out a type of blacklist style email. The IDF denies responsibility for the Ali bombing, and officials with Human Rights Watch did cast doubt on the IDF's responsibility, but they also made clear that an on-site study was impossible. Yeah, the IDF investigated themselves and they have found no wrongdoing because of the ongoing fighting. Conclusive assessment of responsibility for the attack has never been reached. And yeah, it's not like Israel bombed hospitals after that. Right? Remember as everybody was like fighting over who actually bombed the hospital? Israel went on and then bombed other hospitals. I posted that Slow Factory post and immediately got emails from Ashley demanding me to take it down, Sampson says. He refused and remains amazed that a brand promoter would tell him how or what to post. No one has ever had the audacity to suggest that. Samson considered his association with Margolis over, but soon learned that she was prevailing on well-known producers, actors, and directors that Samson has worked with, as well as donors and consultants to BLD PWR to get him to take the post down. You know, there's also something here it is. Hollywood marketing guru fuels controversy by telling staffers to refrain from working with anyone posting against Israel. This is what I was referring to. There's also something extra insidious about a white woman policing the behavior and like the actions of a black man and then going behind his back to people in the industry and trying to apply pressure to him and like, I don't know, cause problems for him. Something that doesn't feel so good about that. Doesn't look so good. Samson declined to name who Margolis contacted publicly, but in her group email, she argued to them that his post provoked anti-Semitism. I saw that Kendrick did a big post blaming the Jewish people, and I emailed him twice to take it down and also called someone I know who works with him. He is spreading misinformation and adding to the hate. Kill the Jews is now being chanted all over the world. Kendrick is my friend who I have supported for many years now with his activism and silly things like gifting and events. This isn't fair. I know he stands on the side of truth. If you don't mind asking him to take it down, I would be so grateful. I'm asking more people to apply the pressure and doing what I can. Samson recalls that Margolis, quote, started calling my fundraiser, the development person of our organization, the person who runs all of our fundraising, to lay into him and tell him that he shouldn't associate with me, that this is terrible, that he needs to get me to take it down, and threatening him and yelling at him, calling him back to back to back to back. She just harassed the people around me until she realized that they didn't think what I did was wrong. As Samson sees it, it was a strategy to attack our funding, to attack my reputation. Emailing lies saying that I'm encouraging screams around the world to kill all the Jews has very harmful implications. In my opinion, you're threatening my career and my activism, the philanthropy work that we are doing, the relationships that we have with the community and grassroots organizers. Yeah, real insidious, real cynical stuff. The Nation reached out twice to Margolis for comment, but got no response. Months later, Margolis' name made the trades when an email that she issued to her staff plainly stated that the A-list was monitoring the feeds of and refusing to work with anti-Israel talent. Gentle reminder, currently we're not working with anyone who on their feed is posting against Israel. If you are unclear if someone's post is merely sympathetic to the tragic lives being lost in Gaza versus being anti-Israel, feel free to ask me. For example, anyone saying that Israel's committing a genocide is someone that we will pause on working with, as that is simply not true. While Jews are devastated by the loss of innocent lives in Gaza, we are feeling immense fear over the rising Jew hatred all over the world. The anti-Israel sentiments are causing a lot of anti-Jew rhetoric. Really hate the gentle reminder. Gentle reminder. It's like you're not saying, hey, gentle reminder, like when we have meetings in the office, I expect phones to be off. You're like, hey, gentle reminder, you can't call a genocide a genocide. While Margolis acknowledges the loss of innocent life in Palestine more than many pro-Israel activists, her instructions include asking her staff to vet the social media accounts of prospective clients and made it clear that she's keeping a list of names. A list that functions in lockstep with the current Capitol Hill rationale of using anti-Semitism to silence Israel's critics. And that's the thing, right? Because people who actually care about anti-Semitism, which is people like me and others who advocate for Palestine, it is painful to be accused of it, even though you know it's bullshit, right? Even though you know that you are not anti-Semitic and that you advocate for the safety of Jewish people and you advocate against, like, that you speak out against anti-Semitism. So it is a very painful thing to be hit with, even though it's total BS and it's totally unfounded. And same with other people who like don't want to be labeled as an anti-Semite. because not everybody is Myron Gaines, who is literally an anti-Semite, right? Or like, you know, other anti-Semites, other public figures who are like notably anti-Semitic. And so, you know, the fear of being called anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel is a very real fear. And like, I have had people in the streaming space tell me that they're terrified of like being labeled as anti-Semitic because they see people get called anti-Semitic for criticizing Israel, and like those of us who are against anti-Semitism and all forms of bigotry, you know, we don't want to get called anti-Semitic, but we also understand that criticism of Zionism and Israel is not being anti-Semitic, and that it's very important to separate out real anti-Semitism from you know, opposition to things like apartheid and ethnic cleansing and genocide. Dat Smurf account, thank you for the 23 months. You have to get over the hurdle of explaining to people that anti-Zionism does not equal anti-Semitism. Yeah, and I have also had like I've had some people like ask me if Hassan is anti-Semitic because they're like, well, I've seen people say that he's anti-Semitic because of what he says about Israel, where this works, right? It is effective, where somebody with the platform that Hassan has, where he has repeatedly been called, from people like Richie Torres to the ADL to like other big content creators, he's been labeled as anti-Semitic, and that has made it so that like people in our shared industry have gone to me and been like, hey, I just need to ask you, like, is it anti-Semitic to like say that Israel is an apartheid state, or like, is it anti-Semitic to, like, that they don't understand Zionism in the first place and like what being against Zionism is. So anyway, this is effective, and supporters of Israel understand how effective it is to use the label of anti-Semitism to smear anybody who dares to speak out against Israel. And it's awful because most of the time, like, you know, the biggest voices against fascism and against Nazis are also those who are critical of Israel, right? Who are critical of Zionism. Literally talked with a Holocaust professor today who reiterated if it's reductive to Holocaust studies to not apply it to Palestine. Genocide and Holocaust studies are essential to calling out what's happening in Gaza right now. Yeah, I mean, then the number of Holocaust scholars of genocide who for a long time now have identified the parallels between the Holocaust of the Jewish people and of the Palestinians, and who identified the Palestinian genocide as such, like, pretty early on. Did you suggest those people to watch his stream? Well, it was more so like they come to me as someone who understands what's going on and like understands these terms more, and to ask like to ask my assessment, to like have me explain to them what all of it means. Okay. Kendrick Sampson isn't new to activism. He weighs the pushback against the larger fight to change public opinion around issues such as the Gaza war. I have challenged studios directly, publicly, he says. Build Power has done transformative cultural work in this industry and created a list of demands directed at the studios, calling them out for their harm. There's many reasons that people who are powerful in the industry might say he's a problem. But there's also many people who support our work who are like, I want to work with you because of that. Yes. That's great. like people who want to work with people. And hold on, let me finish this. There's people who want to work with us because we are standing up for the things that are most important, but the obstacles in their way most times seem bigger than the people who might smile and seem supportive but secretly sabotage us. I think one thing I'm trying to focus on too, and it's tough, but it's like, okay, so there's a lot of repercussions to speaking out for Palestine, and ones that, you know, have hurt my business and yada yada. But I also know that there are individuals and companies who are aligned with me and who I do hope will see the type of advocacy that I do, whether it is, you know, speaking out about abuse in Hollywood, speaking out on women's issues, speaking out for Palestine, like just, you know, whatever. And my hope is like, okay, I have had relationships hurt, and I have lost opportunities, and, you know, my wallet has been hit because of the beliefs that I espouse and what I advocate for. But I also am looking at it as like, there's got to be opportunities here to work with groups and individuals that are that are aligned with me. And, you know, I have to believe that all content creators and actors and, you know, people who are in these forward-facing, you know, public figure type of positions will be able to find opportunities, you know, link up with groups and with people and with individuals who do support what they say, and so they want to support their work. Same thing my girlfriend's encountering the classical music industry. Yeah, it is happening. It's happening across industries. I remember when someone linked my page on Canary Mission, even though no one takes it seriously, it was still freaky. It is freaky because you feel like you're being surveilled, you know? It's scary to think that, like, even if you're somebody who doesn't have a big presence online, that someone somewhere is watching you and that they are seeking to, like, destroy your life. Astromius, thank you for the 7 months. Michael Moore was booed at the Oscars, but things change and the truth will eventually win. That's what I have to believe. That's what I have to hope. Small positive, my manager is the son of diplomats. He's extremely anti-genocide. When I had a dog pile, he was like, I got you. Sorry, people are shit. Yeah, that's great. My team is great. I mean, my team is my manager and my agent who represent me as a content creator, but they're fucking awesome. I'm very grateful for my team, and they have had my back repeatedly. And, you know, sometimes it's tough that Will and I have the same team, and, you know, he is not controversial in the way that I am. And so a lot of times he gets opportunities that I don't get. And it's not just because he's a bigger streamer, you know? And of course I'm happy. Like, I want him to be succeeding, but it is, if I'm just being real, like, his film opinions, though, sometimes side eye. I mean, we all have those, but if I'm being real, it can be a little tough when I get passed up for something that I know I've been pitched for, and it's because of the type of content that I do. And it's not just like being a public advocate for Palestine. It's like just being a leftist commentator in the first place. You know? "2016, at 19 years old, I put the rainbow filter for pride on my Facebook profile picture. I wasn't out to my family, but holy shit, did my family lose their minds? You won't get hired. People are gonna think you're gay." You're like, okay. All right. Thank you for the support. People are gonna think you're gay. Oh, is that a bad thing? All right. Well, I kind of want to end with something fun. I have a headache. I've had a headache all day because I'm on my period. I don't think I can do gaming because my head is hurting too much. I know. I think this weekend, or let's see, I won't be live tomorrow. But I will be live on Friday, and was planning to get back into some LA noir. What do I want to do? Well, we could watch an episode of Truth or Scare, which Michelle Trachtenberg hosted back in the day. Those are only like 20 minutes. We could start a new season of Survivor. Think you'll love some of the old Hollywood nostalgia from the later cases in LA Noire. Hell yeah. Yeah, quick little H-bomber vid. Yeah, quick little H-bomber vid, maybe a 4-hour vid. I would be down to start a new season of Survivor. Well, actually, okay, wait. What season would we watch? What was the one that we watched? Season 4? I mean, it's kind of crazy to be jumping around just because of like hashtag spoilers in case we were to watch a season that has been spoiled. Thanks for speaking out and streaming. Hope you feel better soon. Oh, thank you, Mike. I have this happen every time now that I get my period. Didn't used to happen, but now I get these headaches that no matter the amount of ibuprofen or whatever that I consume, I just like, it's so strange that the first day and a half I will just have a constant headache. Seems good to just do the next one. We could. Season 5 would be next if we continue. Okay. I get hormonal migraine. That's what it is. Yeah, it's from the hormones. It's from the hormones. Okay, like, I mean, does anybody, I don't know, is there a season that would be like extra good to watch, or should we just go to the next season? I don't know. I can't decide. I don't know. How many seasons are there? How many seasons of Australian Survivor are there? As of February 25th, there are 12 seasons of Australian Survivor. Okay? There's 11 available for you to watch. Okay? Let's just do 5. I'm sure there'll be tea either way. Yeah, wasn't there like a season with this guy named George that you guys really wanted me to watch? Let's watch episode 2 of one season, then episode 2 of another, and then episode 3 of another season. I like that. That's very creative. That's a very creative way to watch. But it kind of starts at 3 because 1 to 2 are old. All right, well, what do you think? Should we just go to 5? Okay, George is golden cunt. Go to 5. Okay. Survivor reacts are back. Oh. Okay, season 5. Season 5. Yeah, but I don't think that they'll have the opening, right? Let's go, vocal warm up. Okay, let's see. This is an hour and 23 minutes. Oh, fuck. I forgot that the first episode is long. I don't know. No, like I'm so excited to get back into Survivor, but it is a whole ass movie. It is. It is, and Nate's mom not looking so bad now. Mofo. I wish I didn't have this stupid headache. Stavi Hot Ones. Please, just shorter. Truth or Scare. Oh my god, I'm feeling so indecisive. Yeah, the contestant breakdown and intro is super long. Fuck. Okay. Here's what I will promise, Survivor heads. I can't watch an hour and 20 minutes right now because my hormonal headache is too powerful. But I will watch this the next time I stream. Friday, we're going to do Fun Friday. We're going to do Fun Friday, and I'm going to make sure to bring back our Survivor reacts on Fun Friday. Okay. I appreciate what we got from stream today. Yeah, I mean, we're almost at 5 hours. Jazz Fun Friday. It's Jazz Fun Friday, you guys. We are almost at 5 hours, so I didn't phone it in or anything. How many times have you watched this Stavi Hot Ones? Because I know that multiple people watched this on stream. So I know that Will watched this. I know that Hassan watched this. It's so funny. No, I know it's funny because I watched like a little bit of it when Will was watching it, and he said it's really funny. Oh, Sky watched it and didn't find it that good. Okay. Oh, we got some drama. You guys. New man carrying thing. These are always like 2 minutes long.
Like, you know what's going on? I try to stay well informed. Yeah. Can you tell me what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, like, all the stuff that's going on. You'll have to be more specific. Well, I keep seeing the price of eggs go up, and apparently that's a politics thing. Well, there's inflation. That's the word. I knew you could help me out. Thanks, man. Wait. That's it? Think so. The word inflation. Explains a lot. Well, there's also war. Oh, yeah, war. What's going on there? Also, there's a new president. Well, I knew that. Is he a strict constitutionalist? Is he That's usually what people say about Supreme Court justices. Well, I'm curious if the president wields power in accordance with or in opposition to the two other branches of government. It informs much of how his presidency will unfold. Wait, you're a politics guy. No. How do you know all this? I'm a history guy. I'm aware of the forces driving our fates, but I don't really keep up with the day-to-day stuff. Oh. I bet you feel good about yourself. Yeah. Well, I bet you didn't know that the president of France touched Trump's arm, kind of like I'm the boss now, like kind of like a thing like that. I did not know that. That's very cool. Okay.
What's his name? I only know him as Man Carrying Thing. I don't know his actual name. Harris Dickinson Chicken Shop Day. You know what? Yeah, that's good because that's like.
I had a dream about you last night.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sorry, Kartik. Really wants me to watch Stabby on Hot Ones. We're watching this, and then I'm probably out.
Oh my God. What was I doing?
You invited me for dinner. Obviously, I was thinking about this, but you had me over, but it was like a castle. It was a bit like Nosferatu.
Apparently that's quite sexy.
Have you seen it?
No, I can't because it's got rats in it. And I've got a phobia of rats.
Do you really?
Well, I nearly couldn't watch Beach Rats because I thought maybe there was going to be a rat involved. But thank God.
There's no rat.
I love to enunciate. Did you guys see that Amelia posted her boyfriend and people were devastated? Because and then also Andrew Garfield is allegedly dating Monica Barbaro from A Complete Unknown.
So you've only got 7 minutes.
For what?
For this. That's a joke about your film.
Oh.
So that was just.
That was good.
Well, it wasn't, was it? Because you didn't get it.
It was a subtle one.
You looked quite sad at the idea that it was only 7 minutes. Yeah.
I know.
You were like, no.
Longer.
I mean,
10.
I think lifetime, me and you together. So I heard you used to be a skater.
Mm-hmm.
What's your favourite skating move?
Do you know any?
Flip, flop?
Kick flip.
Kick flip?
Tray flip.
Tray flip?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just repeating you at this point. Fall off?
The fall off. I love a fall off.
Do you think there's a misconception that all skaters are actually fuckboys?
Yeah, they're just trying to have a good time.
Is it just me or did they change like the production of this? It looks a lot cleaner.
Okay.
But I wouldn't.
Go on.
No, there was one time I almost took my skateboard to a date and then I left it at home. I went back and was like, I should probably leave that.
Because you knew that it was
gonna...
alarm bells were going to start ringing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, if you leave the date, then are you skating while she's walking next to you? That's a bit.
Can you keep up?
Baby boy, make me lose my breath.
Do you like dancing?
What do you mean, do I like dancing? I'm like a professional dancer.
Would you be up for doing like a dance class?
Together? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, or on your own. I don't know.
I want to start doing dancing lessons.
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We should go together.
Shall we?
Well, it sounds like you...
Do you want to do it with people or do you want to do it private?
Well, I want to do it with you.
No, okay, we can do it together. I mean...
Private. I want private lessons, me and you, in a dance studio, mirrors everywhere.
I like especially when she makes British man, soft-spoken British man blush.
The first time I ever heard about you was because someone sent me your Instagram story because you were watching DWE Chicken Shop Day episode. So
how did they know I watched it? Did I post it?
You posted it.
Where did I post it?
Have you always been obsessed with me?
I guess so.
Yeah, you posted it on your public Instagram.
What, main post?
No, it wasn't on the grid. It was on stories.
So you could say I've been one of the reasons why this has prospered.
No, I wouldn't say that. Your fans are called...
I think they're called dickheads now.
Oh, they're called dickheads.
Yeah. What are your fans called?
Well, I don't have them. I do have one fan page. It has about 50 followers.
Nuggets?
The Nuggets?
The Nuggets.
All right. What's your favourite dickhead, then? Do you have a favourite dickhead?
What favourite fan?
Dickheads is crazy.
Have you ever had short hair?
No, I think I would look really bad with short hair.
I don't know. I think you'd look good with a little baldy situation.
You think I look good bald?
I do.
Really?
I can see it.
I don't think I look good bald. I've got a massive head. I've got big ears.
You don't have a big head.
I do have a big head.
Do you know your ears and your nose?
Never stop growing. I know. Don't remind me.
Yeah.
H&M or Balenciaga?
Neither.
Did you get that reference?
Yeah.
Okay. That was quite a good one. No?
I've had it before.
Oh, okay, fine.
That chicken looks so good.
Would you like to be in a film?
What are you asking? Are you casting? You're directing a film?
I did already.
You've directed a film?
Yeah. You'd like to make a film?
I'd love to make a film.
Can I get a role in it?
I'm gonna have to just sort of check with someone else about that.
You can get back to me.
No, obviously you could be in my movie.
Thank you.
You could play me.
Shall I audition?
Yeah.
What's the scenario?
You've just found out some really, really sad news that you've been dumped.
Which film did he direct?
Well, do you
I'm
find
not
acting
sure.
a competitive industry?
Yes.
And
Everyone pretends it's not though.
surely you're going up for the same roles as like your people that you know.
Competition is good, don't you think? Like if you're always handed everything, then you're probably not going to have like a drive.
Competition pushes you forward to be a better version of yourself.
Do you feel like that?
I don't have any competition.
You don't really, do you?
No, I'm just one of a kind. I'm in my own lane.
Do you get competitive with yourself?
100%. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm most competitive with myself.
Yeah. You got hard on yourself.
How did you know?
I can just tell.
Oh, it's not out yet? Oh.
What's more nerve-wracking, a date or an audition?
A date. With
Really?
Me. Yeah.
With me?
Yeah.
Are we nervous before this?
Yeah.
I was not nervous at all. I was like, normally I'm nervous, but because I knew it was you, I wasn't nervous.
That's good.
Because we just know that we just get on really well, don't we?
Yeah, loads.
Why am I single?
Why are you single?
Yeah.
Why are you single?
Yeah,
why
do you think I'm single?
I don't think you... I think you like being with yourself.
Yeah.
Except we know she's not single
Yeah,
now.
I think that's true.
You are a catch.
Yeah. Thank you. So, what's your favourite sport?
Skateboarding.
Is that a sport?
Yes, it's an extreme sport.
It's not an extreme sport. Is it really an extreme sport?
Yes.
I think doing a marathon is more extreme than skating.
No, it's not. Do you want kids?
I don't know. I don't think about it.
No.
Do you? Do you think you'd be a good father figure?
You're full of them.
That just came to me like that. Intimacy coordinators are having a moment right now.
They are.
There's a lot of
as they should.
Do you think Chicken Shop Date should have an intimacy coordinator?
Probably. I mean, the way you've been acting.
Yeah. Would that help? Do you think?
It's actually a good idea, but then you might feel pressure to move things on a bit too.
Oh right.
Has there ever been a
moment?
A kiss? No,
A
I'm not
kiss.
that.
I don't want to kiss you.
No, neither do I.
Yeah, someone tried to kiss me.
Who?
Matty Healy.
Did it? Oh yeah, I remember.
He was gonna.
He
do
was
it.
gonna,
He was
yeah.
like
Oh, of course it was Maddie Healy.
ready to do it.
Why didn't you?
Because
You didn't
why
want to.
Would I do that? Like
You didn't
I don't
fancy it?
kiss on the first date.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I do other things though. No, I'm joking.
Everything but kissing.
Everything but kissing. Cheers.
Cheers. So nice to. What, you gotta have some.
I don't want to do it now.
Baby girl watchers know. Baby girl watchers know why she has a glass of milk.
Now.
Why?
I don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it.
do you think about when you need to get into the zone when you're acting?
Oh my gosh, she's crying. God. Okay, let me just explain. There's a scene in Baby Girl, a film where Harris Dickinson plays the intern to Nicole Kidman's very high-powered CEO, and they begin a very torrid affair. And there's a part where she is at a bar with colleagues, and a waiter comes over and he's like, "Who ordered the milk?" Like, he puts it down in front of her. She's like, I didn't order this. And she looks up, and Harris Dickinson is like across the bar looking at her as if issuing a challenge. And so Nicole picks up the glass and looks at him, and her work colleagues are all sitting there and no one's really paying attention. And she chugs the entire glass of milk and then sets it down and is like, "Challenge accepted. Here, we can watch this." It's very important that you understand this context.
Okay, we can go toe to toe.
What is this?
Did you order?
I didn't order.
Did you order this?
No, I did not. I'll get him to take it away.
No, it's...
Excuse me? I don't think they do that. Wonderful.
Are you gonna drink that? Don't drink that.
Yeah, my lactose intolerance could never. I mean, shitted and farted.
I am impressed. Wow. That was kind of extraordinary.
Damn, she threw that thing back.
Thank you.
Good girl.
He says, "Good girl." Anyway.
I don't want to do it.
Because you're crying.
I'm crying. Why are you crying? Is this turning you on?
No.
Do you want to do this again sometime?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah. I've really enjoyed this.
Love does that.
Oh, okay. Steady on.
Just a couple of Brits. Did I miss Survivor chat? No, we didn't do it. We're going to do it on Friday because it's an hour and 20 minutes and my head hurts. Steady on. She was like straight up crying tears because of the milk bit. Good girl. Ooh. I'm not going to lie. There were many moments from Baby Girl I was like, watching it and just being like, I'm uncomfortable, but not in a sexy way. Car tick out. Yeah, dude, what? Taking another L. All right, you guys, that was fun. That was fun. I will not be live tomorrow because I have stuff going on tomorrow night. But I will see you all on Friday. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, I know I've said this before, but I'm kind of evaluating like the things that I want to do on stream and all that. You know, you do it all the time as a content creator. And I want to have one day a week that is community focused. So Sam and I were like, we could do a stream where people submit their like rooms for review, or there was one thing she said she had done before where it's like people's usernames and then a picture of them, and then you have to try to guess like who's who, or like I don't know. It's like some game. It's funny because you used to do this. Yes, I know. I used to do more community things, and then I moved away from it. So things that are goals of mine are one day a week community centered streams. She matched people to their pets once. Yeah, stuff like that. Fame changed you. We did used to be a community. No, we are still a community, but we just haven't done community things in a minute. And that's on me. So I want to do that. And then what was the other thing that I wanted to do? Oh, I want to plan an IRL stream at least once a month. So that's another goal. In our community, you could match people to their baby. I actually could. There's enough people in here who have children. Like, they are adults with children. Is there anyone in here right now who has a child? Are any of our parent viewers currently watching? Me? Okay, we got one. And not a parent to an animal, but a parent to a human child. Yes. Okay. We got two. We got two. No, you're not alone. We got two. What are we asking? I was asking if anybody right now, even though it is 11 o'clock at night on the West Coast, anyone in here in the community who's watching the stream has a child. Like, we'll match the community member to their child. You guys are crazy. Okay, so community focused stuff, IRL streams, God, I know I sound like a broken record, but more fun stuff. More fun stuff. More fun stuff. That is the goal. That is the goal. Gaming with Sam has been so fun. Gaming with Sam was so fun. And Sam and I have decided we are going to play Subnautica as our next game. That's not Baldur's Gate 3, but like our next game together is going to be a co-op of Subnautica. And I think we're going to try to start that next week, which will be really fun. And then we're going to start Survivor on Friday. I feel like the streams just feel more fun when I have something that I'm reacting to, you know, when it's like, okay, we're in the middle of a season of reacts. So we will start new season on Friday. I also, you have to click this because you ignored the Stavi app. Metal pipe falling sound effect, but it's more violent. There you go. React content is very fun. Yes. And it's good for me. It's good for me to do React content. Yeah. React content, whether or not it's like fun season of a show React or just any other type of React content that's not just like news stuff. I don't think I've ever watched 90 Day Fiancé, so I don't know. You know what? That could be like if I ever do a subathon again, having a goal like that. I have not posted my Oscar predictions anywhere. We're going to be doing that stuff on Saturday. When are y'all playing headliners? I don't know. We don't have that set yet. All right. Gavin Newsom has a podcast now. Yes, he does. Should I go on it? Should I go on Gavin Newsom's podcast? Anyway, if you have Oscar predictions / picks, there is a Google form that you can submit in, and I'll be taking a look at on Saturday. The Oscar mix-up anniversary coverage was top tier today. It's one of my favorite things. One of my favorite things to revisit. Controversial, crazy, wild, legendary, historic moments from the Oscars. It makes it more interesting. I think there's moments that I still have not covered. But we're also a few days away from the Oscars. All right, y'all. I'll see you on Friday. Thank you. Thank you. Have a fabulous rest of your night. And peace out. Bye-bye.